Chapter 574. Ming City's city lord's mansion wasn't very grand, and from afar, it looked rather dilapidated. From this, it could be seen that the city lord here didn't seem to care much about the environment he lived in. There weren't any strict guards here, only waves of pleasant singing and dancing and unbridled laughter. Within the main hall of the city lord's mansion, there was a group of dancers constantly twisting their snake-like waists. Their wild and seductive bodies made the boorish men sitting around look at them with lustful eyes, and one or two of them even started drooling. The tall and sturdy man sitting at the very top was drinking big bowls of wine, and behind him were two young girls who were constantly serving him. This person was the city lord of Mound City, Xiong Ho Tian. His prestige in Mound City was extremely high, and even some of the great villains in the city would give him some face. He was an extremely lecherous person, and practically every night, he would set up a banquet in the city lord's mansion. He would listen to music and dance with his good friends, and in the end, he would spend time with his good friends with women. Xiong Ho Tian drank a mouthful of wine and said, "I heard that those 5 ugly freaks were killed by someone." One of the men below replied, "That's right, they were killed by a youth who doesn't look to be 20 years old. That youth and his people should have just arrived from another place, and there were even 3 women with them. They were covered with veils, and their appearances couldn't be seen clearly, but their figures were extremely good, and they looked like they wanted to do it. A youth who's not even 20 years old? And 3 women with extremely good figures?" Xiong Ho Tian narrowed his eyes. That person then said, "That's right, I saw it with my own eyes, but it's quite strange." That person then told Xiong Ho Tian what had happened today, and especially emphasized the bald man's strange death. "It seems like there must be an expert among that group of people." Xiong Ho Tian revealed a thoughtful expression, and then asked, "Are they still in the city?" "They're staying at an inn on East 2nd Street, the man replied. "Good. Looks like they're quite courageous. Tomorrow, I'll personally go meet them and see if they're willing to gift those 3 women to me," said Xiong Ho Tian loudly. After that, he tossed aside the bowl in his hand and pulled one of the young women beside him into his embrace. A greedy expression appeared on his face, and he directly tore off the young woman's clothes, revealing her jade-white skin. Her ample breasts gently swayed, causing people's blood to surge. The men below all swallowed their saliva, looking anxious. Xiong Ho Tian lowered his head and sucked on the flower bud of the young girl's chest. His empty hand continuously roamed around the young girl's body, causing the young girl to let out waves of enchanting sounds. Xiong Ho Tian did not seem to be satisfied with this. He picked up the young girl and tore off all of her clothes. He also tore off all of his clothes, revealing his sinister body. Then, he ruthlessly stabbed the girl's lower body. A high-pitched voice rang out. The men below could not bear it any longer, and all of them threw themselves at the dancers, as if their bodies would explode and they would die if they were even a moment slower. For a moment, the hall of the city lord's residence was filled with an intense scene of panic. The startled cries of women accompanied by the rough panting of men filled the entire residence. A figure stepped through the air, his face filled with a bloodthirsty expression. His entire body emitted a thick black fog. The black fog gradually merged with the darkness of the night, as if there was nothing strange about it. The black fog gradually enveloped the city lord's residence. Everyone in the city lord's mansion was extremely happy, and they didn't seem to realize that danger had befallen them. That figure passed through the black fog and entered the residence. At this time, Xiong Ho Tian, who was in the midst of doing it, seemed to sense something, and he heavily pushed away the woman in his embrace. "Who is it?" Xiong Ho Tian did not even bother to put on his clothes as he turned around and shouted. The savage leopard slowly walked in, coldly glancing at the naked bodies. His expression revealed disdain, and he faintly said, "Someone who wants your life." "City Lord, he's the person who was with that youth today." After the man saw the savage leopard, he immediately spoke to Xiong Ho Tian. How dare you? How many years has it been since someone dared to speak to me, Xiong Ho Tian, like this? You're the first." Xiong Ho Tian did not mind speaking with his naked body. He laughed loudly, then said with a gloomy expression, "I hate it the most when people disturb my business. I'm going to chop you into pieces and feed you to my spirit beast." With that, a circular gear appeared in Xiong Hotian's hand. At the same time, a powerful elemental light blossomed. The light converged to form a large circular gear that cut towards the savage leopard. Xiong Hotian had used his full strength from the very beginning, and had deduced the small universe. After all, the other party was definitely not weak since they could approach without anyone noticing. Humph. The savage leopard coldly snorted and formed a blade with one hand. With a light wave, a powerful black blade light directly split the gear in half. Pfft. Xiong Hotian only felt a sweet taste in his throat, and his entire body was sent flying, blood spurting out. The others all realized that something was wrong, and the men fled in all directions at the same time. Xiong Hotian was already a high-level celestial venerable, but he couldn't even take one move from the savage leopard. Not to mention that their strength was inferior to Xiong Hotian's. Swish swish. The savage leopard waved his 10 fingers, and rays of black energy shot out from his fingers. None of the people who fled were lucky enough to escape. Then, the savage leopard waved his hand, and the corpses were sucked into the air, and he slightly opened his hand. Rumble. The corpses instantly exploded, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. The savage leopard raised his head, and his eyes revealed an infatuated expression, allowing the blood rain to fall on his face. The women present were so frightened by this scene that they screamed, and some of them even fainted from fright. Xiong Hotian saw that the situation was bad, and he hurriedly flew up, preparing to escape from this place first. However, he realized that he had only flown over 10 meters when he seemed to be blocked by something, and he could not fly any higher. The arch. The arch dimension. Xiong Hotian revealed a horrified expression and exclaimed. Immediately after, Xiong Hotian felt a powerful suction force, causing him to fall down involuntarily. Bang! Xiong Hotian was smashed ruthlessly onto the ground, and his entire body was in a daze from the fall. My lord, spare me. Xiong Hotian endured the pain and begged the savage leopard for mercy. He could not understand why a mystic the arch-tier super expert would look for him. Could it be that the other party heard their discussion just now? Thinking up to here, Xiong Hotian's entire body broke out in cold sweat. He had been acting like a tyrant in Dingxing for many years, and he naturally did not wish to die without knowing the reason. The savage leopard licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and said faintly, "Who is Mad Tooth to you?" Mad. Mad Tooth is? Xiong Hotian stuttered. You don't know Mad Tooth? The savage leopard's expression turned cold as he shouted. You are talking about Patriarch Mad Tooth? He is my patriarch. Xiong Hotian suddenly recalled and hurriedly replied. Your patriarch? Is he still overseeing Dingxing Water Sect now? The savage leopard frowned slightly and asked. Xiong Hotian swallowed his saliva and said, My lord, you are the main sect's Grand Elder? Just answer my question. If you say another word, you can die. The savage leopard said in a low voice. Yes, this lowly one knows. Xiong Hotian nodded repeatedly and said, Patriarch passed away 3,000 years ago. The one overseeing Dingxing Water Sect now is Patriarch Dark Ghost. Mad Tooth is dead? Could it be that he did not break through to the arch-tier? The savage leopard revealed a somewhat melancholic expression. I heard that Patriarch Dark Ghost was only a half-emperor back then. This lowly one does not know how he died. Xiong Hotian replied. Who is that Patriarch Dark Ghost? What is his strength? The savage leopard asked again. He is the current Grand Elder overseeing the sect. I heard that he is a half-emperor. He is a major figure that the main sect arranged for, said Xiong Hotian. Just a half-emperor? The savage leopard muttered in disbelief. My lord, what else do you want to know? This lowly one will tell you everything he knows. Xiong Ho Tian saw that the savage leopard did not kill him, and from his tone, it seemed that the savage leopard and the savage leopard were old friends. This allowed him to see the light of hope. There's no need. It's still faster for me to find the answer myself. An ominous light flashed through savage leopard's eyes. Then he grabbed at Xiong Ho Tian's head. Xiong Ho Tian wanted to retreat, but he found that he was unable to move his body. No. My lord, spare me. Xiong Ho Tian wailed. Unfortunately, the savage leopard didn't care about him. He grabbed Xiong Ho Tian's head with one hand and a powerful black suction force poured into Xiong Ho Tian's Tianling acupoint. Then, Xiong Ho Tian's soul was forcibly extracted. The savage leopard took a light breath and sucked Xiong Ho Tian's soul into his body. Xiong Ho Tian's body went limp, and before he could even close his eyes, he died just like that. The savage leopard digested the memories of Xiong Ho Tian's soul for a good while before opening his eyes. He said indifferently, "Looks like the dark water gate is still in the swamp forest. Then everything will be easy." Then, the savage leopard casually waved his hand and the black mist above the city lord's mansion disappeared. Not long after, the savage leopard returned to Ling Xiao's side. "Young master, I've returned." The savage leopard bowed. "Yes, is there any news?" Ling Xiao asked. "Yes, young master. The dark water gate is still in the swamp forest not far from here," replied the savage leopard. "All right, then we'll kill our way there tomorrow." Ling Xiao revealed a dense killing intent. But the savage leopard hesitated, wanting to say something. "If you have something to say, just say it," said Ling Xiao. "It's just that the terrain of the swamp forest is steep, and it's filled with poisonous creatures. It won't be easy to go deep," explained the savage leopard. "There's nothing to be afraid of. With your strength, could it be that you can't sweep them away?" Ling Xiao said confidently. "Young master, it's best to be careful. The poisonous miasma there is extraordinary." "Even I have to be careful," warned the savage leopard. "Yes, I know what I'm doing. Tomorrow, I'll immediately rush to the swamp forest and massacre the dark water gate." Ling Xiao answered impatiently. The savage leopard didn't say anything else. He faintly felt that this trip wouldn't be simple. Chapter 575. On this day, a shocking piece of news came from Necropolis City. The lord of Necropolis City, Xiong Ho Tian, had died naked on a woman's belly. When this news came out, Necropolis City was in an uproar. It should be known that Xiong Ho Tian was already a high-level heavenly venerable. With his strength, he was already considered a top existence in Necropolis City. Only a half-step emperor or above could kill him. Everyone guessed that Xiong Ho Tian had offended someone who could cover the sky with one hand. He had actually died so quietly, without even the news of a fight being heard. Just as the people in Necropolis City were guessing, the murderer, Cruel Leopard, had already left Necropolis City with Ling Xiao and the others. However, there were a few stupid people following them. When Ling Xiao and the others left Necropolis City, those people immediately summoned their spirit beasts to besiege Ling Xiao and the others. Needless to say, they had all come to die in vain. The North Water boundary is really chaotic. There are robbers everywhere. Ling Xiao sighed as he put away the spatial ring handed over by the prodigal. "I think you can't wait for more people to come. That way, your income will come faster." Xian Yao laughed at the side. "Huh, fraud, God knows me best." Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Xian Yao was right. He really hoped that more people would come to find trouble with them. That way, he could turn the tables and make a lot of money. Then, Ling Xiao and the others summoned their spirit beasts and rushed to the swamp forest not far from Necropolis City. The swamp forest was also a very famous dangerous place in the North Water boundary. It covered a large area and was surrounded by poisonous gas all year round. Most of the creatures living here were highly poisonous spirit beasts and poisonous flowers and plants. For those poison masters, this was their paradise. If Poison Scorpion was here, he would also like the environment here. As soon as Ling Xiao and the others approached the sky, they immediately felt a corrosive feeling in the air. Their bodies couldn't help but feel a little itchy. Annoying feeling, the prodigal said unhappily. Then, he immediately released his attributes and used fire to dispel the poisonous gas. Kai Xieyue and Bai Yushi, who were beside Ling Xiao, felt uncomfortable, but Feng Xianyun was not affected. Ling Xiao distributed the antidote to the two women and Xian Yao. This swamp really is filled with poisonous gas. Everyone, be careful and don't breathe in the poisonous gas. Everyone flew forward in the direction indicated by the savage leopard. That said, the deeper they went into the forest, the deeper the poisonous gas became. Even the spirit beasts could not withstand it and let out cries. Ling Xiao and the others had no choice but to keep their spirit beasts. Not only that, but Ling Xiao also put Kai Xieyue and Bai Yushi into the cauldron. Feng Xianyun and Xian Yao were able to adapt to the environment here. After flying for a long distance, a lake appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Cruel Leopard said, "Young master, let's go down. The dark water gate is in this area." Ling Xiao nodded and took the lead to land. Feng Xianyun, Xian Yao, and the prodigal followed closely behind. This lake was obviously stagnant water. The water was incomparably black and emitted a rancid smell. A few giant crocodiles were hiding in the weeds on the surface of the water, coldly looking at Ling Xiao and the others who had landed. "Be careful, don't land on the ground. It's very likely that the ground is a swamp. Once you touch it, it won't be easy to escape." Cruel Leopard reminded. "I didn't expect the dark water gate to be built in such a place. It's really surprising." Ling Xiao sighed. The environment here was harsh, and it was difficult for ordinary people to survive. However, the dark water gate was built here, which was really unexpected. Cruel Leopard said, "There are many poison masters in the dark water gate. They live here like fish in water, and the environment here is not difficult for them." At this point, a few giant crocodiles under the lake suddenly rushed out. Roar! The giant crocodiles had a strong bloodthirst, and opened their mouths that were as tall as a human to bite. The prodigal fully played the role of a thug, and a few rank 4 giant crocodiles were instantly smashed and kicked into the lake, dead. Boring thing. The prodigal clapped his hands in disdain. These are just watchful crocodiles. For those who are not strong enough, they can easily become food in their stomachs. Cruel Leopard glanced at the dead giant crocodiles and said. He paused for a moment before saying, "These giant crocodiles are specially trained by someone. I think that person will appear soon." Just as Cruel Leopard's words fell, the lake suddenly stirred. Swoosh swoosh. Dozens of giant figures flew out of the lake, and the lake water splashed everywhere. "Who dares to kill my treasure?" A gloomy voice sounded coldly. Dozens of giant crocodiles appeared on the lake, and the largest crocodile with 2 wings flew up in the middle. There was a person standing on the crocodile's back. This person was wearing a set of waterproof black armor and a hood, revealing only 2 cold eyes. He held a 3-pronged spear in his hand, and there was a strong corrosive smell of stinky water. This person had the strength of a middle-stage Earth Emperor, and around him were rank 4 giant crocodiles. There were even a few rank 5 giant crocodiles, and under his feet was a rank 6 giant crocodile. "Is this the legendary water ghost?" Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. "It should be more appropriate to call it a water monster." Xian Yao echoed. "You're courting death." That person felt very annoyed at being ridiculed. He waved the 3-pronged spear in his hand and said, "Children, eat them for me." Whoosh whoosh. The giant crocodiles received the order and moved out one after another. They opened their bloody mouths and spat out sticky attribute lights. There were even some that directly opened their mouths and bit towards Ling Xiao and the others. "Move a little, treat it as a warm-up," Ling Xiao said indifferently. His body began to flash as he flew towards the people from Dark Water Sect. Feng Xianyun, Xian Yao, and the prodigal faced the giant crocodiles, while Savage Leopard held the line for them, constantly paying attention to the surrounding situation. "You're courting death." When the person from Dark Water sect saw that Ling Xiao actually dared to attack him, he immediately shouted and stabbed the three-pronged spear in his hand towards Ling Xiao. Three giant crocodiles formed by the convergence of attributes roared towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not even dodge. He directly kicked out countless cold flashes of light, sweeping towards the person from Dark Water sect. The flashes of light carried a colorful attack attribute, and the energy giant crocodile was shattered by the kick. Ling Xiao increased his speed and kicked towards the chest of the person from Dark Water sect. The person from Dark Water sect revealed a look of horror, but he did not panic. The winged giant crocodile under his feet instantly soared up, and a poisonous water column sprayed out from its mouth. This water contained a large amount of poison, and even a heavenly venerable would not be able to survive. Naturally, Ling Xiao would not let the poisonous water touch him. He used the wind attribute to instantly dodge, and at the same time, a strange long sword appeared in his hand. Slash! Ling Xiao casually threw the ice and fire sword, and as if it had a mind of its own, it rapidly slashed towards the winged giant crocodile. "Baby, dodge!" the person from Dark Water sect exclaimed. The winged giant crocodile also understood human nature. It immediately soared up and dodged the attack of the ice and fire sword. Ling Xiao sneered and controlled the ice and fire sword to make a 90-degree bend, and the sword stabbed upwards like a meteor. The person from Dark Water sect and the winged giant crocodile did not expect the other party to be able to control the sword with his will. They did not have time to defend at all, and the ice and fire sword pierced through the winged giant crocodile's abdomen. If the ice and fire sword was just an ordinary 6th-grade spirit weapon, it would be impossible for it to pierce through the thick leather armor of the winged giant crocodile. One must know that the giant crocodile's leather armor was comparable to the defense of a low-level spirit weapon. However, the ice and fire sword was a high-grade 7th-grade spirit weapon, so it was easy for it to break through the thick armor of the giant crocodile. Roar! The winged giant crocodile's body flipped and roared. The person on top of it immediately flew away, and at the same time, he roared crazily, "You dare to hurt my treasure, I want you dead." The trident in the person's hand kept waving, and giant crocodile-like roars came out, wanting to crush Ling Xiao into pieces. At this time, Savage Leopard's voice sounded, "Young master, finish the battle quickly. Someone is coming." Ling Xiao responded softly. He raised his wind attribute to the extreme, and his figure kept changing. The people from the Dark Water sect and I couldn't catch Ling Xiao's figure, so our efforts were in vain. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Xiao had already arrived beside him. A series of kicks were launched towards him like a raging storm, and a strong innate wind baleful qi rolled towards him. The person was kicked dozens of times, and his body was invaded by the innate wind evil qi. His body immediately shriveled and soon disappeared. With that person's death, the winged giant crocodile also died. The other giant crocodiles had long been taken care of by Feng Xianyun, Xianyao, and the prodigal, and only a group of giant crocodile corpses were left floating on the surface of the lake. Who dares to invade the territory of the Dark Water sect? A woman's voice came from afar. In the next moment, a few figures appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the others. There were 3 women and 2 men, 3 earthly sovereign realm, and 2 king realm. Among the 5, only the high-level earthly sovereign was a middle-aged woman, and the others looked quite young, all around 30 years old. "They're just small fries. Leave one alive, and kill the rest." Ling Xiao glanced at the 5 people and said coldly. Feng Xianyun and Xianyao attacked, but it seemed like they couldn't immediately suppress their opponents. Ling Xiao used his psychic power to kill the 3 weakest people in an instant. Feng Xianyun and Xianyao had the upper hand in the battle. The middle-aged woman and the other low-level earthly sovereign were horrified, and they wanted to escape immediately. However, Ling Xiao didn't give them the chance. He ordered the prodigal to capture the middle-aged woman immediately, and the other 2 were killed. "Who are you people? Don't you know that this is the territory of the Dark Water sect?" The middle-aged woman questioned Ling Xiao arrogantly even though she was being held captive. Ling Xiao didn't have time to talk nonsense with her, and immediately asked, "Do you have an old woman called Yin He here?" Yin He? You mean the Yin sect master? The middle-aged woman asked in surprise. He, so that old woman is the sect master of your dark water sect. Not bad, not bad. You really made it easy for me to find you. A cold light flashed past Ling Xiao's tiger eyes, and he said faintly. He raised his hand slightly, and directly killed the middle-aged woman. Mengqi, wait for me, I'll go and rescue you now. Ling Xiao murmured as he looked in the direction of the forest. Chapter 576. The battle between Ling Xiao and the others in the lake didn't cause much of a commotion. After all, in this swamp, the trees were so dense that the sound waves emitted from the battle were weakened by a lot. According to the information obtained by Savage Leopard, the Dark Water Gate had a natural barrier, so there weren't too many people guarding the periphery. Not many people dared to easily enter this swamp. Because Savage Leopard had obtained Xiong Hotian's memories, he knew that there were many hidden guards nearby. After easily killing 3 groups of people, they finally quietly approached the true important area of the Dark Water Gate. However, before they could attack the Dark Water Gate, there was a strong poisonous gas in front of Ling Xiao and the others. Young master, quickly put the poison-repelling pill in your mouth. This way, nothing will happen if we pass through here, Savage Leopard said from the side. Ling Xiao nodded and swallowed the poison-repelling pills they found on the corpses of the Dark Water sect disciples. Although Ling Xiao and the others had antidotes on them, they didn't dare to be careless in the face of such a strong poisonous gas. The Dark Water Gate's people could freely enter and exit here, and their poison-repelling pill was refined to deal with the poisonous gas here. I'll lead the way. Savage Leopard was the strongest, and after saying this, he plunged into the poisonous gas first. Ling Xiao and the others followed behind, all of them emitting a strong elemental light to illuminate the front. However, when they entered the poisonous gas actually corroded the attribute light that they emitted. Fortunately, they had the poison-repelling pill, otherwise their bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be corroded. What a terrifying poison barrier. Ling Xiao sighed. This poison barrier has been accumulated for tens of thousands of years, and the toxicity it contains is naturally much more terrifying than ordinary poisons. However, this poison is a top-grade tonic for poison masters. As long as we collect it and use it, I'm afraid it's not a problem to poison an entire city to death, Savage Leopard said from the front. Ling Xiao was just about to respond when Feng Xianyun spoke up, "You're right. The poisonous gas here has been around for at least 10,000 years. It's the best for me. Xiao, don't be in such a hurry. I'm going to collect some of it for my future cultivation." "Okay." Ling Xiao replied without thinking. Then he quickly turned his head and asked in astonishment, "Yunte, you said you want to collect poisonous gas to cultivate?" Ling Xiao's eyes shrank and his mouth opened wide as if he had seen something horrifying. Other than poison masters, there was no one else who could cultivate using poisonous gas. He had been with Feng Xianyun for so long, but he didn't know that she had such an identity. One had to know that a poison master was one of the most disliked occupations on the continent. This was because their methods were extremely despicable and sinister. They could cause any martial artist to die silently, or cause a martial artist to be poisoned to death, or use poison to control a martial artist for their own use. In short, the name of a poison master was not welcomed anywhere. However, under normal circumstances, no one was willing to offend a powerful poison master, because their methods were impossible to guard against. Ling Xiao thought back to the time when he had mistakenly entered Guzhai City. At that time, the high priest had given out pills to the citizens, and after he had consumed them, he had felt a little strange. In the end, he had been assimilated by the innate Yin-wind baleful qi, and in the courtyard where he and Feng Xianyun lived, there were also many poisonous spirit herbs planted. At that time, Ling Xiao had felt that it was strange, but he had never asked Feng Xianyun why she had planted these poisonous spirit herbs. Now, Ling Xiao finally understood. So his wife, Feng Xianyun, was also a poison master. "Are you disappointed in me?" Feng Xianyun looked at Ling Xiao with a wry smile and asked. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "How could that be? It's just that I didn't know you had this identity, so I was very curious." Feng Xianyun had a faint smile on her face as she said, "People only know that the Gu clan is famous for raising and controlling Gu, but they don't know that the Gu clan is an expert in refining poison, because the Gu clan itself is the greatest poison. Not only can it devour poison, it can also nurture and refine poison." She paused and looked at Ling Xiao affectionately. "We have been living together for a long time, and I thought I only had 20 years to live. Xiao, you have given me a new life, and I am willing to stay by your side forever. I didn't tell you my identity as a poison master because you never asked me, and I have never used any poison to harm anyone. But now that you want to make a name for yourself, I will do everything I can to help you, even if the world knows that I am a poison master that everyone is afraid of and loathed." Hearing Feng Xianyun's words, Ling Xiao was stunned. Xian Yao winked at Cruel Leopard and Wastrel, then walked forward, leaving time for Ling Xiao and his wife. Ling Xiao pulled Feng Xianyun into his arms, looked at her affectionately, and then kissed her sexy lips. After a while, Ling Xiao let her go and said, "Silly woman, so what if you are a poison master? Do you think I am afraid that you will harm me? Others may be afraid of you, but I am more than happy. With you by my side, I don't have to worry about being poisoned. But my enemies, they are out of luck. If anyone dares to disrespect me, you can poison them in the future. Let's see who dares to be arrogant in front of me." Ling Xiao didn't care about the rules of the world. He always followed the principle, others walk the broad road, but he walks the narrow wooden bridge. Whoever dared to mess with him, whoever dared to interfere with him, would be in big trouble. Therefore, he didn't care about Feng Xianyun's identity as a poison master. Instead, after knowing her identity, he felt even better. Just like what he said, if anyone dared to disrespect him, he would poison them. Rather than letting others bully him, it was better to let others be afraid of him. This was the same logic as having a strong fist was the way of the king. The reason why poison masters were disliked by the world was that many martial artists who practiced poison techniques were people with bad intentions. It was also because of this that the reputation of poison masters spread far and wide. The world didn't know that if poison masters were used in the right way, not only could they save the world, but they could also leave their names in history. However, this point was overlooked by many people. "Xiao, do you really think so?" Feng Xianyun looked at Ling Xiao with a face full of joy and asked. "Of course, I don't think of myself as a good person. Moreover, in this world, there is no distinction between good and bad people. We only need to walk our own path, live our own exciting life, and have a clear conscience. Everything else has nothing to do with us." Ling Xiao caressed Feng Xianyun's beautiful hair and said. Then, he said, "Hurry up and collect the poison gas, I'll protect you." Feng Xianyun's beautiful eyes flashed with a bright light. She was very happy in her heart. She thought that Ling Xiao would blame her for hiding her identity as a poison master, but now she knew that her worries were unnecessary. Feng Xianyun calmed her mind, sat down cross-legged and chanted. At the same time, a few small bottles appeared in her hands, and a suction force came out of the bottles. At the same time, the poison gas around Feng Xianyun actually quickly drilled into the bottles. The bottles weren't big, but their capacity was huge. Ling Xiao could clearly feel the poison gas flowing around him quickly. After a while, Feng Xianyun filled up a few bottles, took out a few more, and continued to fill them with poison gas. After a few times, Ling Xiao realized that the poison gas around them had clearly thinned out. These bottles must be specially made. Otherwise, how could they contain so much poison gas? Ling Xiao wondered in his heart. When Feng Xianyun finished doing all this, she didn't immediately stand up. Instead, she relaxed her body and mind, spread out her hands, and quietly retracted the attribute light around her body. Ling Xiao didn't know what she was doing, but he was worried for her in his heart. The poison gas here was too vicious. Once a person's body came into contact with it, they would be corroded. Sure enough, when Feng Xianyun scattered the attribute light, the poison gas instantly corroded her. In an instant, Feng Xianyun's bright and beautiful face immediately turned pitch black, looking extremely frightening. Yunner. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. However, Feng Xianyun didn't pay attention to Ling Xiao's exclamation. She continued to let the poisonous gas invade her body. Ling Xiao was extremely anxious. He didn't know what to do. He wanted to take action to isolate the poison gas, but he was afraid that it would harm Feng Xianyun. Xiao Xiao, don't be anxious. I'm fine. Protect me, I think I'm about to break through to the honorable rank. Feng Xianyun said with some difficulty. What, this? You can break through like this? Ling Xiao said in surprise. A strong sense of envy arose in his heart. He sighed in his heart, the Heaven Gu body is actually so terrifying. She can even break through like this. Feng Xianyun had the rarest physique of the Gu race. With the Heaven Gu divine technique to complement her cultivation, her speed was not something ordinary people could understand. With Feng Xianyun as the center, the poison gas continuously surged over and wrapped around her layer by layer. The large amount of poison gas made Ling Xiao unable to endure it. He had no choice but to condense the heaven fire. The heaven fire could burn anything. Although the poison gas here was strong, it was not enough to cause any harm to Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao heard Cruel Leopard's voice in front of him, "Young master, the people from Dark Water sect have come out. You guys block them first. I need to protect Yunner. She's breaking through." Ling Xiao ordered. Ling Xiao immediately became vigilant. He absolutely would not allow anyone to disturb Feng Xianyun's breakthrough. Otherwise, she would not be able to break through and would even be injured. Not long after, Ling Xiao heard the sounds of intense fighting. Ling Xiao was very calm. He was very confident in Cruel Leopard. Moreover, he still had the Devil Armor Leopard. He believed that blocking or sweeping through Dark Water sect would not be a problem. Another loud voice came, "Who dares to offend my Dark Water sect? You're courting death." This voice shook Ling Xiao's eardrums. He was puzzled, could it be that Dark Water sect really has an emperor rank existence? Ling Xiao also heard the conversation between Cruel Leopard and the other party. "Who are you?" "I, Een Ghost, do not kill nameless people." "You are Een Ghost? Who is Een Ma to you?" You actually know my mother." "Who are you?" "Good. Very good. So you are Een Ma's little bastard. Today, I will collect some interest first. After killing you, I will settle the score with Een Ma." Chapter 577. In front of the poison barrier was the location of the Blackwater sect. There were no prominent ancient buildings here, only black wooden houses built from messy trees. Each house was built according to the tree trunk, looking extremely primitive and giving off a gloomy feeling. There were more than a dozen corpses beside the savage leopard, the prodigal son, and Xian Yao, and in front of them were nearly 100 people, all wearing black robes, and many of them were wearing cloaks, making it impossible to see their appearances clearly. Their overall cultivation was actually quite high, not lower than the Earth Emperor stage, obviously the elites of the Blackwater sect. The hundreds of people behind them were all small fries, not worth mentioning. In front of the 100 people, there was a tall and thin old man with an extraordinary bearing. This old man's face was protruding, his old eyes were fierce, and his old face was wrinkled very deeply. One look and one could tell that he was an old demon that was thousands of years old. This person was truly an ancestor-level figure of the Blackwater sect, known as the Een Ghost. It was because his cultivation technique was extremely evil, and he actually needed to suck the blood of newborn babies to cultivate. He had cultivated to the low-level Xian Emperor cultivation, and the number of babies he had sucked was probably at least 40,000, if not 50,000. It was enough to show that he was truly as evil as a devil. The 8 cloaked people beside him all emitted a strong poisonous gas. They had all reached the peak of the Empyrean level, and there was even a powerful existence with a half-emperor cultivation. The savage leopard and the Een Ghost were at each other's throats. The savage leopard obviously had a strong killing intent towards the Een ghost. From his tone, it seemed that he had an old grudge with the Een ghost's old mother. The Een ghost stared at the savage leopard and shouted, "How dare you? Since you know my mother's name, you still dare to be arrogant. Watch as this emperor pulls out your soul and peels off your body." After the Een ghost shouted, his Xian emperor-level aura was released, and the people around him all retreated far away. The savage leopard also shouted, "That bitch, if it wasn't for this emperor taking her in, how could she have given birth to a bastard like you? I didn't expect that this bitch would actually collude with the old demon and betray this emperor. Today, I will use your blood to tell them that this demon emperor is back, and this emperor will one day take back everything that belongs to me." The savage leopard looked like it was possessed. A powerful aura burst forth, and at the same time, it summoned the magic armored leopard. Behind him, the prodigal and Xianya were sent flying by the savage leopard's aura. The prodigal was in a better condition, but Xianya vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Motherf *Ker, do you want to kill me? Xianyao quickly swallowed a healing pill to suppress his injuries. The prodigal changed his attitude. He looked at cruel leopard and sinister ghost with a solemn expression, and sighed in his heart, "Such powerful humans, I have to catch up with them as soon as possible." The Emperor rank universe and the Sovereign rank universe were similar in shape. The main difference between the two was that there was a huge difference in the range of their effects. The small universe could affect an area of 100 meters, while the big universe could affect an area of 1,000 meters. Furthermore, the big universe was dozens of times more powerful than the small universe. The world of evil ghosts was particularly evil. Many faceless baby heads were condensed around him. These baby heads were crying as if they were filled with countless grievances and unwillingness, which made people feel cold and nauseous. These babies suddenly opened their deep fangs and turned into blood-sucking imps, biting wildly in all directions. With a gloomy expression, the Een ghost pressed the big universe toward the savage leopard. At the same time, he summoned his protective spirit beast. "Ghost wolf, come out." The Een ghost looked at the magic armored leopard without a hint of worry in his eyes. As his cry fell, a black wolf that was nearly 10 meters long appeared in front of him. This wolf's whole body was pitch black. Occasionally, there were tiny white fur lines between the black fur, which looked like thin electricity. It looked extremely ferocious and extraordinary. This was a black ghost wolf king, which was also a powerful spirit beast that had reached the low rank of the 7th rank. As soon as it appeared, it roared and immediately bit the magic armored leopard. The savage leopard had condensed a blood prison world, and the dense sea of blood had almost drowned the entire sky. One after another, vengeful spirits and malicious spirits continuously surged out, and within the sea of blood, blood hands continuously stretched out, as if they wanted to tear everything apart. There were also black tentacles in this blood prison. These tentacles were either lashing, stabbing, or binding. They were filled with an evil demonic nature, causing people to feel endless fear. When the Een ghost saw the savage leopard's blood prison, he revealed a horrified expression and said, This is the blood prison demon world. You. Who are you? The Een ghost stopped attacking and waited for the savage leopard's reply. It seems that you are not so ignorant. Wait until you go to hell to find the answer. Little ghosts, disappear for this emperor. The savage leopard sneered and the blood prison world smashed toward the Een ghost. The Een ghost didn't dare to be careless and took out his ghost claw spirit treasure. At the same time, he used countless fierce claws to grab at the savage leopard. The blood-devouring demon saber also appeared in the savage leopard's hand. A crisscrossing blade light entangled with the claw shadows. Rumble. The collision of the two emperors caused everything in this part of the world to tremble. At this time, the half-emperor expert from the Blackwater sect said to the people behind him, "Quickly go and capture those two brats. I feel that there are still people in the poisonous gas barrier. Go and kill them." Behind the half-emperor, 4 celestial venerables stood out, 1 woman and 3 men. 2 were mid-level and 2 were low-level. They responded and immediately flew toward the prodigal and Xianyao. Xian Yao knew that he was too weak and shouted to the prodigal, "Zizai, run." After saying that, he dived into the poisonous gas again, hoping to use it to escape. However, the prodigal was not the kind of person who would run without fighting. He raised his battle intent to the highest, roared, and charged toward those people. Although the prodigal was at the mid-stage of the Sixth Order, with his powerful strength, it was not a problem for him to deal with high-level celestial venerables. He was not afraid of fighting 1 against 3. One of the low-level celestial venerables chased after Xian Yao. The low-level celestial venerables said in a sinister voice, "You want to escape in our territory? It won't be that easy." After saying that, he stretched out his black old hands. Clouds of poisonous gas surged and bombarded towards Xian Yao. Xian Yao's face was filled with shock as he muttered, "Escape for me." As soon as his voice fell, he disappeared from where he stood. The low-level celestial venerable suddenly lost his target and was stunned. "How can I let you escape from under my nose?" The low-level celestial venerables said and immediately flew forward. Not long later, he saw a young man and woman in front of him. The low-level celestial venerables looked at the meditating Feng Xianyun with a lecherous expression and said, "What a pretty little girl." At this time, Xian Yao appeared beside Ling Xiao and said, "Young master, a large number of experts from the Gui Shui sect are in front. The savage leopard is fighting with the Xian emperor. The situation is not good." Ling Xiao nodded at Xian Yao and said, "I understand. You stay here and protect Yun-er. I'll go meet them. You have to be careful, they have a lot of poison masters." Xian Yao reminded. I understand." Ling Xiao nodded and walked towards the low-level celestial venerables. A mere low-level Earth Emperor has such big words. Wait for this old man to kill you first. The low-level celestial venerables snorted coldly and grabbed with his hand. A ball of poisonous gas gathered in his hand and then he ruthlessly smashed it towards Ling Xiao. "Are celestial venerables very strong?" Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with cold killing intent as he muttered to himself. He raised his wind attribute to the extreme and dodged the poisonous gas. A strange longsword appeared in his hand. Swish! The longsword was traceless and the sword radiance was limitless. The low-level celestial venerables didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so fast. He actually appeared beside him in an instant. His reaction was fast enough and a low-level spiritual artifact appeared in his hand to block in front of him. Unfortunately, the gap between a low-level spiritual artifact and a high-level spiritual artifact was too big. The low-level spiritual artifact was immediately broken when the two came into contact. The ice and fire sword continued to slash towards the chest of the low-level celestial venerables. The low-level celestial venerables was also impressive and immediately retreated. "Stop!" Ling Xiao's voice was like a great bell and his tongue was like thunder as he roared. The low-level celestial venerables only felt a pain in his eardrums and his movements became sluggish. The sword radiance flashed and blood immediately appeared. The low-level heavenly venerate stood rooted to the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he stared at his cracked chest. Ling Xiao ignored him and rushed forward. Pfft! A large pool of blood appeared on the chest of the low-level celestial venerables as he fell heavily backwards. Even in his death, he didn't understand how he died at the hands of a low-level Earth Emperor. One had to know that there was a difference of 3 minor levels and 1 major level between them. Normally, when facing an opponent of this level, it would be as easy as crushing an ant for him to kill them. But now, he had died under the sword of such an opponent. It was truly an indescribable sorrow. When Ling Xiao rushed to the front, the savage leopard and the Een ghost, the magic-armored leopard and the black ghost wolf had already fought in the sky. The battle was quite intense, and from time to time, waves of terrifying energy fluctuations would spread out, causing the wind and clouds in the sky to churn endlessly. And the prodigal boy in front of him was fighting 1 against 3 and actually had the upper hand. It was just that there were a few more wounds on his body, and it could be seen that he was also fighting quite fiercely. Why did another brat appear? The half-emperor powerhouse said in surprise when he saw Ling Xiao. Then, he revealed a look of disbelief and said, Zhao Gang's aura actually disappeared. What's going on? Great Elder, let me take his head. A middle-aged high-level Earth Emperor walked to the Half-Emperor powerhouse and knelt on one knee as he asked for the task. Quickly behead him. The Half-Emperor powerhouse replied indifferently. Facing the approaching high-level Earth Emperor, Ling Xiao didn't put him in his eyes at all. The mental strength in his sea of consciousness divided into three, and the invisible mental strength blasted towards the three celestial venerables who were fighting with the prodigal boy. Ling Xiao didn't intend to kill them instantly as that would be too wasteful. He just wanted to disturb their sea of consciousness so that the prodigal boy could kill them in one fell swoop. Sure enough, after the three celestial venerables' sea of consciousness were bombarded by the sharp mental blades, their movements stopped. The prodigal boy, of course, knew that his boss had made a move. He immediately seized the opportunity and blasted the heads of the three people. Chapter 578. The sudden death of the three heavenly masters shocked the people of the Guishui sect. They seemed to be evenly matched just now, so how could they be killed so suddenly? They couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this young man was hiding his strength? The half-step Emperor expert narrowed his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his old eyes as he shouted, "Where is Mo Gang?" Mo Gang is here. A high-level heavenly master walked out from behind and answered. Capture him for me, I want to use him to refine the poison man. The half-step Emperor expert grinned and said sinisterly. Yes. The high-level heavenly venerate responded and immediately flew towards the prodigal. At the same time, he started to deduce the small universe. On the other side, the high-level earthly emperor who was sent out was very annoyed by Ling Xiao's disregard. How dare you ignore me, see how I deal with you. After saying that, the high-level earthly emperor struck out two palms, and two huge golden palm shadows smashed towards Ling Xiao. However, the high-level earthly emperor and the low-level heavenly master both made a fatal mistake. They overestimated themselves and underestimated their opponents, so there was only one outcome for them. The huge palms he struck out blasted a huge pit where Ling Xiao was. Just as he was about to sneer in victory, he heard a warning behind him, "Be careful behind you." However, the warning was too late. Before the high-level earthly emperor could get away, he felt a chill on his neck, and his head was immediately separated from his body. The half-step emperor expert cursed, "What a waste." At the same time, he waved his hand lightly, and several earthly emperors surrounded Ling Xiao at the same time. These earthly emperors locked onto Ling Xiao, making it difficult for him to escape from their attack range. At the same time, they launched powerful elemental attacks at Ling Xiao. Rumble. Waves of powerful elemental energy drowned Ling Xiao. Roar. Amidst the waves of energy attacks, a bestial roar rang out. The Golden Wolf King instantly rushed out, smashing away the energy attacks, and directly pounced towards the earthly emperors with its powerful body. The earthly emperors panicked and immediately retreated. However, how could they be faster than the Golden Wolf King that was already at the middle stage of the 6th level? In an instant, several earthly sovereign realm experts died under the claws of the wolf. Only one peak earthly sovereign realm expert was lucky enough to escape. Bastard. Attack. Kill both of these little bastards. The quasi-emperor realm expert shouted in anger and humiliation. He had ordered his subordinates to go out and fight, but they were repeatedly killed by the other party. This really made him feel very angry. Instantly, the experts from the Blackwater sect swarmed forward. They split into two groups, one attacking Ling Xiao, the other attacking the prodigal. Just in time. Ling Xiao showed a cold smile as the space ring in his hand flashed slightly. Roar. A huge figure soared into the sky, and an earth-shattering roar shook thousands of miles away. The powerful sound wave caused the sky to tremble, trees collapsed, swamps splashed everywhere, and the earthly sovereigns and heavenly venerables of the Blackwater sect were all injured or killed. Many of the weaker earthly sovereigns died on the spot, and most of them were knocked unconscious. Not many of those celestial sovereigns could withstand it. Their eardrums were shattered, and blood overflowed from their facial orifices, making them look very terrifying. The quasi-emperor realm expert was also not in a good condition. He was shaken several steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the giant figure in horror and exclaimed, It's the holy beast flood dragon, and it also has the magical ability of the dragon's tenbin. In mid-air, the Een ghost, who was fighting to the death with the cruel leopard, was also shocked by the sound wave. He forced the cruel leopard away and looked down. His old eyes revealed a look of horror. There's still a 7th-rank spirit beast. This is bad. In this moment of distraction, the cruel leopard's great world blood prison instantly destroyed more than half of the Een ghost's great world energy. The Een ghost hurriedly came back to his senses and continued to fight with the cruel leopard, but he took the opportunity to shout, Cho Yu, quickly use the blood sacrifice to summon Lord Ghost Hunger. The cruel leopard's eyelids twitched slightly, and then he shouted, Today, even if the Heavenly King comes, he won't be able to save you. After saying that, the attacks became even more intense and fierce, forcing the Een ghost to retreat step by step. The quasi-emperor realm expert below had everyone summon many 6th-rank spirit beasts to fight the blue flood dragon. There was a huge gap between the 6th rank and the 7th rank, but dozens of 6th-rank spirit beasts were able to barely hold the blue flood dragon back. However, if this continued, these 6th-rank spirit beasts would be taken care of by the blue flood dragon sooner or later. After all, the flood dragon was a high-grade spirit beast that specialized in attack. Its combat strength was astonishing, and with the help of the tenbin magical ability, it was almost invincible in the same rank. Summon Lord Ghost Hunger. The quasi-emperor realm expert called Shoyu shivered, and his face revealed a look of panic. It was obvious that he had an indescribable fear towards this Lord Ghost Hunger. No, I definitely can't summon Lord Ghost Hunger. As long as I kill that brat, that flood dragon will also die. Cho Yu refused to summon that Lord Ghost Hunger. He believed that as long as he killed Ling Xiao, the flood dragon would definitely be drawn to its death. Cho Yu's gaze fell on Ling Xiao, who was in the middle of a massacre. Ling Xiao carried the might of the tenbin dragon roar that the blue flood dragon had just let out. He brandished the ice and fire sword and passed through the injured experts of the Moat Water sect, killing them one by one. At the same time, he searched for the whereabouts of the Een He. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any trace of the Een He, nor did he see Yun Mingqi. At this time, a Peak Empyrean wearing a cloak stood in front of Ling Xiao and said, Brat, you dare to attack my Moat Water sect with this kind of strength. Wait for me to capture you and refine you into a poison man. With that, his figure pounced towards Ling Xiao like an eagle, and a small world locked onto Ling Xiao. This person was clearly a powerful poison master. The small world he had deduced was actually a world of poison. Poisonous insects and poisonous gas constantly revolved around it. Even an ordinary Empyrean would be corroded to death if they were to come into contact with it. What can a mere poison do to me? Ling Xiao coldly snorted, and an intense blue flame rose from his hand. Sizzle. The moment the poison world that the poison master had deduced came into contact with the heavenly fire, it was immediately burned to the point that it emitted an ear-piercing sound. Those poisonous creatures quickly dissipated as if they had seen a ghost. The poison master cried out as if he had seen a ghost. Earth fire? No, this is heavenly fire, otherwise how could it burn my world? A pair of sparkling and translucent wind boots appeared on Ling Xiao's feet, and he once again displayed his ghostly speed. The ice and fire sword in his hand slashed out, and blue fire dragons shot towards the poison master. The energy of these fire dragons was nothing in the eyes of the poison master, but this place was mixed with heavenly fire. What the poison master feared the most was heavenly fire, because heavenly fire was their nemesis. It could burn any poison they used into ashes. 8th brother, 6th brother, quickly come and help me. This brat has heavenly fire. The poison master ran as he called out to his companions. On the other side, the two poison masters looked at each other and immediately used their strongest moves to attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered, I was just waiting for you guys to come. The spiritual energy in Ling Xiao's knowledge sea surged once more, and it split into three, blasting towards the three poison masters. The knowledge seas of peak Empyreans had already become incomparably sturdy, but Ling Xiao's spiritual energy was no longer the same as before, and it still caused their knowledge seas to ache. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to throw out the ice and fire sword, using his mind to control it to slash at the three poison masters. Brat, don't get away with it. Chou Yu, who had been paying attention to Ling Xiao for a long time, finally made his move. He actually chose to launch a sneak attack, and a powerful energy quietly slapped towards Ling Xiao's back. Ling Xiao didn't even have time to react before he felt a powerful blow on his back. His entire body flew out like a kite with its string cut, and he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Enough of your arrogance. Wait for this emperor to destroy you. Chou Yu crossed 100 meters in one step and arrived in front of Ling Xiao. His other withered old hand grabbed towards Ling Xiao. He felt that this low-level Earth Emperor would be seriously injured even if he didn't die after taking a blow with his 7th-level spiritual energy, so he wasn't afraid of what Ling Xiao could do. Unexpectedly, just as he grabbed Ling Xiao slid forward like a loach. Where would my face be if I let you escape from this emperor's hands? Chou Yu said indifferently, and a giant black palm slapped towards Ling Xiao again. Although Ling Xiao was wearing the wind boots and had the wind attribute, he was seriously injured just now, and his speed was greatly affected. Now, he was smashed to the ground again. Boss. The prodigal was also surrounded by several people, but when he saw that Ling Xiao was injured, he immediately blasted out a path of blood and flew towards Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, he was also surrounded by several high-level heavenly venerables. How could he escape so easily? On the other side, the Golden Wolf King was also entangled by several people and spirit beasts, and it couldn't do anything. The Blue Flood Dragon was still fighting in mid-air, and 6th-grade spirit beasts kept falling from the sky. Large amounts of beast blood splattered across the sky. The difference in strength is too big. Ling Xiao wasn't dead yet, but his injuries were much more serious, and he was in great pain. Chou Yu sensed Ling Xiao's aura, and he said in surprise, "He's actually not dead yet. This kid is wearing an armor-grade defensive armor, right?" Just as he was about to attack Ling Xiao again, Ling Xiao endured the pain, turned around, and threw something at him. Chou Yu's eyelids twitched, and his pupils shrank. It's a heavenly lightning seed. Rumble. That item was the 6th-grade heavenly lightning seed that Ling Xiao had obtained from the heavy sword sect. Its explosive power was comparable to the self-destruction of a heavenly venerable. I hope it can injure that old guy a little. Ling Xiao watched as the heavenly lightning seed smashed into Chou Yu, who was very close to him, and felt that even if it couldn't kill him, it shouldn't be a problem to injure him, right? After all, Ling Xiao had witnessed the power of the heavenly lightning seed. After the smoke and clouds dissipated, Chou Yu still stood motionless in his original position, but his body seemed to be in a sorry state. However, looking at his angry expression, Ling Xiao knew that the heavenly lightning seed hadn't caused much damage to him. Brat, you actually injured me. I will definitely eat you alive. Chou Yu was furious. He roared loudly, and his entire body pounced towards Ling Xiao like a wild beast. It was obvious that he really wanted to eat Ling Xiao alive. Chapter 579. Just as Chou Yu was about to reach Ling Xiao, 2 more heavenly lightning seeds appeared in Ling Xiao's hands, and he threw them both at Chou Yu. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to retreat far away. Chou Yu was already prepared, and with a wave of his hand, a ball of energy swept them to the side. The 2 heavenly lightning seeds landed not far away, and a large swamp was sent flying. Chou Yu was filled with killing intent as he said, "Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. Bring them on." In just 2 steps, he was about to catch up to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao endured the pain, and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. He gathered his spiritual power and was ready to attack. "Don't worry, my tricks will definitely finish you off." Whoosh! His spiritual power unleashed an extremely powerful attack, blasting towards Cho Yu. Cho Yu only felt a bad omen, and then he stopped in his tracks. Suddenly, a powerful wave of spiritual power blasted into his sea of consciousness. Hee, die for me. Ling Xiao let out a proud smile, and the ice and fire sword in his hand slashed out a powerful sword ray towards Cho Yu. Unexpectedly, his spiritual power, which had always been effective, seemed to have lost its effectiveness this time. The sword ray that Ling Xiao slashed out was blocked by Cho Yu with a single hand, and immediately turned into nothingness. Ling Xiao was shocked, and he prepared to immediately retreat. Cho Yu let out a sinister voice, "You brat, you really do know how to use spiritual power to attack. If this emperor hadn't been prepared, you really would have succeeded. Now, die for me." With that, Cho Yu blasted out 10% of his power, intending to kill Ling Xiao in a single blow. Because he knew that if this continued, when the blue water dragon came over, they would all be finished. "Looks like I can only summon the earth flame tiger." Ling Xiao looked at the energy that was already nearing him. He no longer had the ability to block it, and he was already prepared to summon the earth flame tiger. However, at this critical moment, a powerful greenish-black energy rushed out from the side, deflecting the energy that Cho Yu had blasted out to the other side. "Who dares spoil my plans?" Cho Yu shouted. A beautiful silhouette flew over from afar. Her body was covered with a light veil, and her figure was graceful. Her temperament was noble and elegant. Coupled with her beautiful face that could cause the downfall of nations, everyone was stunned. "You dare to hurt my husband, I'll take your life." The newcomer was Feng Xianyun, who had just broken through to Sky Venerable level. Now that her strength had improved greatly, her aura was no longer the same as before. She wielded the mother-child swords and danced with them. Green light shone brightly, and the sword chi formed the shape of a powerful goo insect, roaring toward Saroyu. A newly ascended Empyrean dares to be impudent. Cho Yu had been suppressing his anger for a long time. He snorted coldly and met Feng Xianyun's powerful attack with one hand, tearing apart the energy of the attack. Then, he leapt towards her, his palm grabbing towards Feng Xianyun's chest. It seemed that this old fellow also wanted to take the opportunity to fish for Ping Yi. Feng Xianyun was still fearless. She let out a shout and began to deduce her mini-square world. Feng Xianyun's small square world was extraordinary. Her world was filled with ferocious and frightening goo insects. It was as if this was the goo insect world. These goo insects were much more frightening and powerful than ordinary goo insects. Every one of them was a goo insect king in the real world. They were the kings of millions of goo insects. Among them, there was even a goo insect emperor. It sat in the center and commanded the goo insects to devour their surroundings. This is the goo insect emperor's realm. How can there be such a legendary world? This is impossible. Cho Yu could tell the origin of Feng Xianyun's small square world at a glance. Moreover, his expression seemed especially shocked. A Empyrean would comprehend his own Tao, his own world. He would then evolve it into his own strongest offensive or defensive power. In this world, he would be able to raise any state of his body to the highest level. It was the same for a mystic the Arch-tier martial artist. It was just that after reaching the Arch-tier, the power of the world would gradually become complete, and its power would become even more terrifying. However, regardless of whether it was a small square world or a big square world, its offensive power would vary from person to person. The 9 elemental attribute worlds were all different. Everyone was different, and the Tao that they comprehended was also different. Hence, these world powers of the same level were also divided into strong and weak ones. There was a fundamental difference between them. This kind of world powers could also be divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. Level 3 was the weakest type and also the most ordinary type. Whether it was in terms of offensive or defensive power, it was the same. Level 6 was the middle to upper level of world powers. Those who could comprehend world powers of this level belonged to the more outstanding martial artists in Tenbin. Their battle power was also quite powerful among those of the same level. As for those who reached level 9, they belonged to the rare and terrifying level of existence. This level of world powers had an absolute advantage in all aspects. They could even suppress the previous two levels of world powers. They were considered invincible among those of the same level. Savage Leopard's blood prison demonic world had reached the upper level of level 6. Apart from its terrifying attack power, it also had a kind of feeling that could cause fear in people's hearts, causing the opponent to collapse without even fighting. As for the little ghost world that Ingui comprehended, it only belonged to the upper level of level 3. Naturally, it could not be compared to Savage Leopard's blood prison demonic world. His ending was already foreseeable. As for Feng Xinyan's current small square world, it had reached the world power of a level 9 supreme existence. It belonged to the kind of invincible existence among those of the same level. It even had the ability to fight above its level. Because what she comprehended was the Gu Insect Emperor's world. It was the most terrifying existence among the Gu Insect world. It could command countless Gu insects for its own use. It was countless times more terrifying than the ordinary Gu insect world. Moreover, it was the Emperor of Poison. All the poison worlds could not cause it to have any effect. This was also why Chou, who was a poison master, was surprised. He had some understanding of the worlds that poison masters had evolved in the past. This Gu Insect Emperor's world had also been born before. He also learned about it from some ancient books. That was why he was so afraid. Fortunately, her strength is still weak. Otherwise, it would be big trouble. I have to kill her now or subdue her. She will be a great help in the future. Chou had a different idea in his heart. He deduced that his 100 poison centipede world could suppress Feng Xinyan's Gu Insect Emperor's world with its powerful energy. At the same time, his hands transformed into countless ghost claws and grabbed towards Feng Xinyan. Feng Xinyan gradually showed signs of not being able to hold on. The opponent was much stronger than her. It was not something that she could fight against right now. At this time, the Ingui in the sky had already been bombarded by Savage Leopard. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. The Devil Armor Leopard and the Black Ghost Wolf were equally matched. They were both combat-type spirit beasts. Once the battle started, it was either you die or I die. Spirit beasts rarely used elemental attacks in a battle. They used their bodies to collide, and it was a bloody, hardy battle. The Blue Flood Dragon gradually killed many rank 6 spirit beasts. Only 5 or 6 peak rank 6 spirit beasts were bitterly entangled. They should not be able to hold on for more than a quarter of an hour. Although the Blue Flood Dragon had the upper hand, there were many wounds on its body. This proved that it had paid a great price to obtain victory. The rank 6 middle stage Golden Wolf King was in a much more miserable state. Although it had the Tenbin divine ability of its third eye and killed many people and spirit beasts, it was already covered in blood from the attacks of many venerable rank and spirit beasts. It looked like it could not hold on for much longer. The prodigal boy was not much better, but his battle record was several times better than the Golden Wolf King's. After all, the opponent's poison master had already summoned many Earth Emperor and Sky Venerable rank poison puppets to besiege him. He killed until his hands were weak. There were many times when he almost couldn't help but transform into his original form to fight. However, before he left the desolate mountain range, his grandfathers had warned him not to transform into his original form unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it would attract countless troubles, so he still endured. Returning to Ling Zhao's body, he did not summon the Earth Flaming Tiger while Feng Xianyun was entangled with Chou. The more difficult the situation, the more he wanted to prove his abilities. He did not want to reveal all his trump cards unless he had no other choice. Right now, he was gathering his energy, preparing to unleash his strongest attack on Chou. He did not understand why his mental energy was ineffective against Chou, but he did not have the time to think about it now. With him as the center, 5 different attributed spirit energies quickly gathered. These attributed spirit energies formed a powerful ball of air that spiraled above Ling Xiao, forming a 5-colored ball of energy. Ling Xiao slowly raised a finger. This finger looked like a normal person's finger. there was nothing special about it. However, looking at this finger now, it gave off a feeling of toughness and vigor like a stone pillar. It was as if it was no longer a finger, but a pillar that could support the heavens. The 5-colored spirit energies continuously gathered on his finger. A ball of energy the size of a human head gradually formed on his finger. This ball of energy did not look big, but the energy it contained was frightening. Hiding in the dark, Xianyao watched Ling Xiao gather his energy and thought to himself, what a terrifying energy. It feels like all the spirit energy in this world has been gathered by him. If it were to hit me, I would probably be turned into ashes. Many people felt the change in the spirit energy between heaven and earth, but they were all in the middle of a fierce battle, so no one went to investigate. However, Chou Yu, who was about to achieve a complete victory, could clearly feel this energy. What a terrifying energy. Chou Yu sighed softly. She fixed her gaze on Ling Xiao, and her eyes instantly narrowed. Yun Er, get out of the way. Ling Xiao had already noticed that Chou Yu had discovered that he was gathering his energy. He immediately yelled at the injured Feng Xianyun and pointed his finger at Chou Yu. Xiao. A terrifying energy shot towards Chou Yu. Chou Yu looked at the incoming energy, and her expression became incomparably shocked. No. Boom. The powerful energy blasted everything within a few hundred meters of Chou Yu into dust. A huge ravine appeared in front of everyone. Most of the people stopped fighting. They looked at the ravine that was several hundred meters long in shock. Their eyes revealed incomparable fear. Was this terrifying destructive power really caused by a low-level Earth sovereign realm cultivator? Even a mystic Thearcha's attack could not compare to this, right? Chapter 580. After Ling Xiao finished using the first form of the 3 divine fingers, which was formed from the 5 elements, his exhausted body fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, he had used up all of his spiritual energy. Apart from the pain, he could feel nothing else. Ling Xiao didn't know how long it had been since he had used up all of his energy. If it was anyone else, they would have died immediately after using up all of their energy and being seriously injured. However, Ling Xiao had the ancient emperor's mystic art, and he had already cultivated it to the 4th transformation. Naturally, his recovery speed was much faster. Therefore, he didn't die even after falling to the ground. Instead, he allowed the ancient emperor's mystic art to operate on its own and gradually recover. Xianyao came back to his senses and rushed to Ling Xiao's side. He stuffed a few healing pills into his mouth. Young Master Ling, don't die so soon. At this time, Feng Xianyun dragged her heavily injured body to Ling Xiao's side. Xiao, are you alright? Don't scare me. Feng Xianyun hugged Ling Xiao's head and asked with a pained expression. I'm fine. Help me up and let me rest for a while, Ling Xiao said with a pale smile. Xianyao helped Ling Xiao sit up and didn't forget to praise him. Young Master Ling, you're too amazing. You can even kill a half-emperor. When you advance another level, won't you be able to kill a true emperor? Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, a hoarse voice sounded. How can a mere earthly emperor kill this emperor? Ling Xiao, Xianyao, and Feng Xianyun all tensed up. They looked forward and were shocked to find that Chou Yu was still alive. He's not dead? Xianyao gulped. Right now, Chou Yu was in an extremely sorry state. Almost all of his clothes had been blasted to pieces. Only a high-tier armor wrapped around his skinny body. His hair was extremely messy, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. One of his arms was completely gone. It was obvious that although he had avoided a fatal blow, he had paid a great price to do so. Chou Yu glared at Ling Xiao and the other 2 with bloodshot eyes. Damned little bastards, I want all of you to die. As he roared, he raised one of his hands, and a burst of thick poisonous gas instantly converged. He planned to launch a powerful attack to kill Ling Xiao and the other 2 in one fell swoop. However, at this moment, a gigantic dragon tail descended from the sky and swept towards Chou Yu. Puff! The pitiful sorrow, you didn't even have time to react before her broken body was swept 1,000 meters away like trash, leaving behind a bright red parabola in the air. The blue WIRM finally killed off all its opponents, saving the lives of Ling Zhao's team of 3 at the most crucial moment. "Boss, are you all right?" the blue WIRM asked in a young girl's delicate voice. Ling Zhao shook his head with difficulty and replied, Thank you, I'm fine now. Hurry up and help the demon-armored leopard." The blue WIRM nodded its head and flew up into the sky. After advancing to the 7th stage, the blue WIRM could already speak in the human language. From its voice, it was certain that she was a female WIRM. It wasn't Ling Zhao's protective spiritual beast. There was no contract between them, and they were only friends of equal status. Therefore, the blue WIRM called him boss like the prodigal, and he also changed his original address to Long-er. Ling Zhao felt that it was pretty good to interact with spiritual beasts like this. He didn't have to completely control them. Once they recognized a human as a friend, they would definitely not have any thoughts of betrayal or retaliation. This was the rare and precious part of spiritual beasts. It was just that there were very few human friends that could gain their complete approval. High up in the sky, the battle between the demon-armored leopard and the Black Wolf King had reached the final moment of life and death. The sudden addition of the blue WIRM had undoubtedly broken the balance between the two. The outcome of the Black Wolf King could be imagined. In the battle between the cruel leopard and the evil ghost, the cruel leopard completely had the upper hand. The evil ghost's little ghost world had been completely disintegrated, and the cruel leopard's Devil Blade 8 styles was played to the extreme. The evil ghost was beaten to a sorry state. He kept spitting out blood, and his body was cut in many places. On the other hand, the savage leopard became more and more courageous as it fought, and its killing intent became even stronger. The savage leopard forced the Een ghost into a desperate situation, and the blood prison devil world wrapped him up in layers. Seeing that victory was in sight, the savage leopard shouted, "Obediently accept your death." When the Een ghost heard the explosion of Ling Zhao's finger, he had already lost his mind. Moreover, he had been guessing the identity of the savage leopard, so he was even more panicked. "Damn it, damn Cho Yu, how dare you disobey my orders and not summon the hungry ghost." The Een ghost cursed the dead Cho Yu 1,000 times in his heart. Then, he shouted, "Ghostly shadow." His whole body bloomed with powerful dark energy, and his speed was raised to the maximum. He rushed out of the savage leopard's world, and the ghost claw in his hand tore the savage leopard's world apart. How could the savage leopard let him escape so easily? The devil blade in his hand was like a storm, and the sword light kept falling on the Een ghost's body. Puff! The Een ghost's back was hit several times by the sword light, and he spat out a mouthful of blood again. His face became extremely pale. He did not die, and he could continue to escape. He let out a mournful smile and said, "How dare you offend my Blackwater sect, I will make you all stay here." He landed on the ground, picked up dozens of corpses, and swept them in one direction. "Dying ghost, you still have the nerve to talk nonsense." The savage leopard chased after the Een ghost in full strength. The Een ghost quickly arrived at the edge of a deserted well. This deserted well was covered with mysterious runes, forming a dense heavenly net. In several directions of the runes, there were 7 rank 7 beast cores in the formation, trapping the deserted well in the middle. It looked extremely strange and extraordinary. "Lord Ghost Hunger, come out." The Een ghost came to the edge of the deserted well and shouted with a scorching expression on his face. At the same time, he shook the dozens of corpses he brought, and they all turned into countless amounts of blood. The blood dripped down like rain into the deserted well and the runes. The bright red blood flowed like thin streams of water, appearing incomparably sinister and frightening. The savage leopard came to the top of the deserted well, looked at this scene, and said with a horrified expression, This is the demon trapping formation. What is trapped here?" The savage leopard obviously had a certain understanding of this formation, and he could see the origin of this formation at a glance. When the blood filled the runes of the runes, a blood-red light bloomed and rose up, and a thick smell of blood assaulted the nostrils, making people feel nauseous. Lord Ghost Hunger, come out. Someone dares to invade our dark water sect. The Een ghost shouted with a face full of veneration. After a long time, a terrifying voice came from the deserted well. Ah! A terrifying voice that seemed human yet not human shook the deserted well, and the powerful sound waves soared into the sky, causing everyone within 1,000 miles to feel a terrifying chill. Not far away, Ling Xiao revealed a horrified expression, and said, What a terrifying voice. Could there be some terrifying existence in the dark water sect? Xian Yao revealed a solemn expression, and he gently pinched his fingers a few times. His expression turned cold, and he said, A ferocious creature has descended, this time it's big trouble. What ferocious creature? Feng Xianyun asked from the side. I don't know, let's hurry over and see if we can stop it from appearing. Xian Yao said, and immediately shot in the direction of the deserted well. You, carry me there. Ling Xiao said with difficulty. Feng Xianyun hesitated for a moment, but she still carried Ling Xiao on her back and skimmed forward. Since the blue water dragon and the demon-armored leopard killed the Black Wolf King, they quickly descended and wiped out most of the remaining members of the Dark Water sect. Almost all of the elites of the sect were wiped out in this battle. The prodigal was seriously injured, and the Golden Wolf King was on the verge of death. There were only a few pieces of flesh on its body, and if it wasn't for its strong willpower, it would have died as well. The prodigal took out a few beast cores and swallowed them, and he also fed 2 to the Golden Wolf King. The beast core was the best thing for spirit beasts to advance, and at the same time, it was also the essence energy for them to recover their vitality. Xianya rushed to the deserted well, and he revealed a horrified expression. The 7th tier demon trapping formation is definitely a peak 7th tier ferocious creature or a terrifying existence above the peak of the mystic Tharch. We must not let it appear, or else we will be the ones to die. He then looked up to the sky and shouted to the savage leopard, quickly stop the blood from flowing into the well. There must be a terrifying existence down there, and we must not let it break out of the formation. The savage leopard came back to its senses, and the blood-devouring demon blade in its hands swiftly struck down the deserted well. The powerful blade aura completely submerged the deserted well and the formation pattern. Een Gui blocked the blade aura with all his strength beside the deserted well, and a few more blade scars appeared on his body. However, he also blocked most of the sword aura from the savage leopard, allowing the blood to still flow into the deserted well. Ah! There were still waves of terrifying sounds coming from the deserted well. The sound was getting louder and louder, and the energy was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed like it had been suppressed for a long time, and it was about to break out of the well. Een Gui revealed a crazed expression and laughed. Don't even think about stopping Lord Ghost Hunger from coming into being. Bastard, let me destroy this formation pattern. Xianya was very anxious at the side. A silver wolf pen appeared in his hand, and he shouted loudly. He then rushed towards the formation pattern without caring about anything else. The silver wolf pen was filled with all of his energy, and he waved it towards the formation pattern. Swish! Xianya wanted to destroy the formation pattern, make the formation fail, and prevent the ferocious creature from descending. Unfortunately, his strength was too weak. The moment the silver wolf pen came into contact with the formation pattern, a powerful backlash sent him flying. Xian Yao's body was smashed dozens of meters away, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Damn, I'm too weak. Xian Yao cursed unwillingly. No matter what it is, disappear from me. The savage leopard looked down from above, revealing an incomparably confident expression as he shouted. Following that, he once again deduced the blood prison devil world, and the energy of heaven and earth blasted towards the deserted well. He planned to destroy the Een Gui and the thing in the deserted well. Rumble. Chapter 581. The savage leopard's all-out attack was like the collapse of heaven and earth. Countless vengeful spirits and malicious ghosts swallowed up the demon-trapping formation. Streams of cold and powerful saber light cut down the soil and trees below, causing them to fly everywhere. Ghost didn't dare to take the risk of blocking the savage leopard's attack, and he had already retreated far away. He looked at the demon-trapping array absent-mindedly and murmured, "No, impossible, the demon-trapping array will definitely be fine, Lord Ghost Hunger will definitely come out." Ling Xiao forced a smile and said, "An emperor-level attack can be said to be terrifying. I really hope to reach this realm sooner." "Xiao, with your tenbin, you will definitely reach it soon," Feng Xianyun encouraged from the side. "I think so too." Ling Xiao didn't know how to be modest at all. Xianyao, who was not far away, didn't look happy at all. He just stared blankly in the direction of the demon-trapping array, and his expression became more and more serious. The savage leopard, who was high up in the sky, smiled and said, "It should be fine." When all the attacks stopped, the demon-trapping array was still intact, but the blood on the array pattern had disappeared, and there was no sound coming from array. For a moment, the surroundings became quiet, and no one made a sound. Did it really fail? Ghost found it hard to accept, and he had already made preparations to escape. Just as the savage leopard was about to heave a sigh of relief, Xianyao shouted, "Savage leopard, quickly leave, it is about to come out." Just as Xianyao's words fell, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Rumble. With Arai as the center, the demon-trapping formation was finally activated. The 7-stage 7-beast cores in the eye of the formation all exploded, and Arai was like a volcanic eruption, exploding out with a powerful energy that was like a mushroom. Everything in the surroundings was thrown up, sand and stones flew everywhere, dust flew everywhere, and the trees were turned into nothingness. Ling Xiao, Feng Xianyun, and Xianyao were all sent flying far away, and the three of them were seriously injured again. The savage leopard in the sky wasn't much better. He suffered the most intense bombardment, and although Xianyao warned him, his defense was too late. His whole body was blown far away, and blood oozed out from his body, and his clothes became tattered. What in the world is so terrifying? Savage leopard consumed a few medicinal pills in a row to quickly recover his strength. At the same time, the prodigal had already rushed to Ling Xiao's side, while the blue water dragon carried the golden wolf king and flew over. The magic armored leopard quickly rushed to the cruel leopard's side, but its situation was even worse than the cruel leopard's. The savage leopard knew that the demon-armored leopard's injury was too serious and it would be difficult for it to fight again, so he could only put it into the spirit beast bracer to let it recuperate. The ghost had already escaped far away and was not affected. He looked at the broken demon-trapping array and smiled proudly. "Ha, good, good. Lord Ghost Hunger has finally appeared. All of you can die." The ghost returned to Araji's side with an incomparably respectful expression. "Welcome, Lord Ghost Hunger. Please kill all of these invading bastards." Next, everyone's gazes fell on the well, and their heartbeats sped up. They all wanted to see what kind of terrifying existence lay at the bottom of the well. "Ah!" An incomparably sinister voice rang out once more. Then, a shadow slowly rose from the well. Everyone looked at the shadow, and their gazes became incomparably terrified. "Is this a human or a monster?" Xianyao swallowed his saliva and muttered. "He should be a human. He doesn't have the slightest bit of my clan's aura," the prodigal said with certainty. "Could it be the legendary primitive human?" Ling Xiao guessed. "I think he might have become like this after being tied up for many years," Feng Xianyun said. In midair, the cruel leopard looked at the shadow and became somewhat absent-minded, as if he was trying hard to find some kind of memory. Just what kind of existence did they see? The shadow above the well looked like a human, but its entire body was covered in long black fur. It looked like a black ape, and its fingers had fingernails that were 1/2 a meter long. They looked incomparably sharp, like the claws of a beast, and were too different from a human's palm. That pair of scarlet eyes looked incomparably bloodthirsty and murderous, causing people to feel a sense of fear. He looked like a human and a beast at the same time, making it difficult to distinguish him. However, this was not the strangest thing about him. The strangest thing about him was that his 4 limbs and body were tightly bound by the 10 millennia frigid iron chain, restricting his range of movement. Lord Ghost Hunger, quickly, quickly kill them all, the Een Ghost shouted at that person again. Ghost Hunger raised his eyes at the Een Ghost, and with a slight movement of his arm, the Een Ghost was strangled by him without warning. Lord Ghost Hunger, what are you doing? The Een Ghost kept struggling and shouting. That Ghost Hunger did not answer. The fingernails in his hand slid lightly, and the Een Ghost's head was instantly cut off like tofu dregs, flying far away. Ling Xiao and the others were all shocked by this scene. However, even more shocking was yet to come. They saw that Ghost Hunger had instantly shattered the Een Ghost's body into pieces, then he opened his mouth, and the flesh and blood flew into his mouth piece by piece. That Ghost Hunger was eating human flesh. Ling Xiao, Feng Xianyun, and Xianyao couldn't help but vomit on the spot. This scene was too bloody, too disgusting, too frightening. Ah! Ghost Hunger ate the Een Ghost's body clean, and once again roared towards the sky. His voice echoed endlessly in the swamp forest. After a long time, he finally stopped, and said in a dry voice, "Meat. The taste of meat is really good, I want to eat you all." Then, he raised his eyes and fixed his gaze on the strongest savage leopard. "Come, I'm going to eat you." Ghost Hunger seemed to have not spoken for a long time, and the words he said were very simple and strenuous. As he spoke, he raised one of his hands towards the savage leopard. The nails on his 5 fingers actually grew crazily, like 5 sharp blades, they pierced straight towards the savage leopard. The savage leopard came back to its senses, and the generous world deduced. The blood-devouring demon blade in its hand crossed in front of its body, and began to block the nails. At the same time, he exclaimed to that person, Mad Tooth, isn't it you?" When Ghost Hunger heard the savage leopard's call, he was slightly stunned. His nails stopped growing, and a trace of confusion flashed across his scarlet eyes. Mad Tooth, he. Who is he? It sounds so familiar. Suddenly, his body shrank back, his hands covering his head as he screamed, "Who is Mad Tooth? Who the hell am I?" The savage leopard was overjoyed, and shouted to Ghost Hunger, "You're Mad Tooth, I'm your big brother Demon Emperor, you don't remember me, back then we fought together in the central region, killing enemies, no one could match us." The savage leopard recognized that the Ghost Hunger in front of him might be his old friend, and was very excited. I'm Mad Tooth. No. I'm Ghost Hunger. I'm Ghost Hunger, I want to eat meat. Ghost Hunger kept shouting as he twirled his hair. It was obvious that his mind was no longer clear. He didn't even remember who he was. Just as the savage leopard was about to continue explaining, Ghost Hunger suddenly burst out with a powerful energy and rushed out of the well. Crash! The 10 millennia frigid iron chains were pulled, making ear-piercing sounds. When he reached a height of tens of meters, the length of the 10 millennia frigid iron chains had reached its limit, and he could no longer pull it any further. Ah! Ghost Hunger shouted, and a powerful energy spread out, as if he wanted to break free from the 10 millennia frigid iron chains. Rumble! The ground under the well exploded, and the 10 millennia frigid iron chains exploded into bursts of dazzling sparks. Ghost Hunger's old eyes emitted a deep and terrifying scarlet light, and his palms turned into claws as he spread them out, producing a powerful suction force. "All of you, come here!" Ghost Hunger roared. Swoosh swoosh! With Ghost Hunger as the center, the powerful suction force created a powerful gale within a radius of several hundred meters. Ling Xiao, Feng Xianyun, Xianyao, the Prodigal, the Blue Flood Dragon, the Golden Wolf King, as well as the Savage Leopard and the Demon-Armored Leopard in the sky, all flew towards Ghost Hunger uncontrollably. Everyone's expression changed. They wanted to struggle, but they found that the suction force was too terrifying, and they couldn't struggle with their strength. "Oh no, he's going to eat us!" Xianyao hurriedly shouted. Don't panic, I'll stop him. Savage Leopard shouted, and then he said to Ghost Hunger, Mad Tooth, stop. I'm your demon emperor brother, if you don't stop, don't blame me for being impolite. Savage Leopard shouted as he struggled, but he found that this part of the world seemed to be out of his control. It could be seen how frightening Ghost Hunger's strength was. Seeing that everyone was getting closer and closer to Ghost Hunger, Savage Leopard threw out the blood-devouring demon blade, and then used his mind to control the blade to slash at Ghost Hunger. The blood-devouring demon blade and Savage Leopard's mind were connected, and he could also use his mind to control the blade. Mad Tooth, don't blame Big Brother. Savage Leopard sighed in his heart. However, when the blood-devouring demon blade slashed at Ghost Hunger's head, Ghost Hunger opened his mouth and the blood-devouring demon blade was immediately blown far away. What? Everyone cried out in alarm, and their expressions became incomparably shocked. A thought emerged in their hearts: could this person have already entered the Saint Realm? Savage Leopard's expression was also extremely complicated, and all kinds of speculations emerged in his heart. Could it be that Mad Tooth really cultivated the crazy demon art that he obtained by chance, and completely fell into the demonic Tao? After all these years, he has already reached the Saint Realm? Could it be that I really harmed him? Ghost Hunger let out a strange cry again, and the suction force increased again. Everyone uncontrollably and quickly drew closer to him. What should we do? Are we going to die just like this? Xian Yao said anxiously. At this time, Ling Xiao revealed a calm smile and said, Don't worry, we won't die. He paused for a moment, and then shouted, Earth Flaming Tiger, come out. In the face of the most dangerous situation, Ling Xiao could not gamble with his own life, so he had to use his final trump card. The Earth Flaming Tiger's tall figure quietly appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 582. The Earth Flaming Tiger was brought out by Ling Xiao from the desolate mountain range. He already had the terrifying cultivation of a low-level 8th rank, which was equivalent to a low-level human saint. He was already in existence infinitely close to a 9th-level holy beast. With his cultivation and strength, he was only considered a high-level guard in the Qilin clan. He didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Holy Land. One could imagine how terrifying the Qilin clan's strength was. Once the Earth Flaming Tiger appeared, strong flames surrounded him. The tiger's gaze fell on the prodigal, and its expression immediately became respectful. Greetings, Your Royal Highness. Ling Xiao angrily shouted, Quick, stop that person, he wants to eat us. The Earth Flaming Tiger ignored Ling Xiao and instead took a step forward, stabilizing the prodigal's figure so that he was no longer affected by the suction force. The prodigal roared at the Earth Flaming Tiger, Are you stupid? Didn't you hear what boss said? Quickly get rid of that guy. The Earth Flaming Tiger immediately revealed a terrified expression. It's His Royal Highness. Immediately after, the Earth Flaming Tiger turned around and glanced at Ghost Hunger. At the same time, it waved a simple fist. This fist was simple and direct, but its aura was incomparably powerful. The fist force transformed into a tiger king the size of a mountain, roaring towards Ghost Hunger. Ghost Hunger seemed to feel threatened. He looked at the Earth Flaming Tiger and stretched out a palm, intending to forcefully receive the tiger's fist. Rumble. The powerful fist force landed on Ghost Hunger's body, emitting a powerful flame that shone in all directions. It was also at this moment that all the suction force disappeared. Everyone was immediately freed and flew far away. The savage leopard also hurriedly flew higher, but its gaze never left Ghost Hunger's direction. When the fist force of the Earth Flaming Tiger's fist disappeared, Ghost Hunger was actually unharmed. However, his eyes became increasingly bloodthirsty. So powerful. I want to eat you. Ghost Hunger stared at the Earth Flaming Tiger and licked his lips as he said faintly. Then, he spread out his palms, and the 10 fingernails on his fingers crazily grew longer like sickles. Swoosh swoosh. The 10 fingernails that were like sharp blades cut the air with a whistling sound. The Earth Flaming Tiger's voice was like a great bell as it said, You dare to hurt my prince, I will swallow you alive. After saying that, he took a step forward and smashed his fists at the nails like a mountain. Ding dang ding dang. Fists and fingernails collided with each other, producing a metallic sound as sparks flew in all directions. At the same time, the earth flame tiger opened its mouth wide and let out a terrifying tiger roar. Roar. The powerful tiger roar energy rushed towards Ghost Hunger. Ghost Hunger's black hair stood on end. He let out a shrill cry and shot out 2 scarlet energy attack waves from his eyes. Caught off guard, the earth flame tiger was struck in the chest, and its entire body flew back 100 meters. Everyone was startled by Ghost Hunger's strange attack. Savage Leopard, who was watching the battle from high up in the sky, revealed a look of realization and said, "It really is Mad Tooth. He really cultivated the crazed demon art. This is the Blood Eyes attack mentioned in the crazed demon art. I didn't expect him to have cultivated the crazed demon art to this level." After the earth flame tiger suffered the attack, it didn't suffer much damage, but it aroused its primitive ferocity. "I'm going to tear you alive." The earth flame tiger steadied its body and shot towards Ghost Hunger. In the blink of an eye, it was already above Ghost Hunger, and its fists smashed down on Ghost Hunger's head. A punch from a rank 8 spirit beast was enough to destroy mountains and split the earth. If it really hit Ghost Hunger's head, his head would probably explode. Ghost Hunger's reaction was also extremely fast. He dodged to the side and directly stabbed at the earth flame tiger's eyes. His move was quite sinister and vicious. The earth flame tiger's strength wasn't just for show. It blocked with its tiger fists and directly broke Ghost Hunger's nails. However, Ghost Hunger's nails seemed to be endless. Just as they were broken, they grew out again. The sharp claws kept on clawing wildly, like a terrifying sharp blade that could cut anything. Even if it was a profound artifact or spirit artifact, it would probably be broken if it came into contact with it. But the earth flame tiger's tiger fists were as steady as a mountain, and the flames were like the sky. They blasted these sharp claws down one after another, as if they couldn't hurt the fists in the slightest. Bang bang. A series of intense and powerful collisions rang out incessantly in midair. Rumble rumble rumble. Everything in the surroundings had long been overturned by the explosions. In the swamp forest, all the poisonous creatures were so frightened that they didn't dare to move easily. They could all feel that terrifying aura, which was not something they could contend against. Ling Xiao and the others had already retreated thousands of meters away, afraid that they would be affected by the terrifying wind. If that happened, they would probably die. Ling Xiao looked at the fierce battle not far away, and looked at the figure that was so fast that it was hard to catch. He couldn't help but sigh, this is the terror of a peak expert. The dark water sex lair is completely destroyed. It's a pity that I haven't seen the whereabouts of that old witch, Yin He. I wonder how Meng Qi is doing now. Feng Xianyun held Ling Xiao's hand and said, "Xiao, don't worry. Big sister Meng Qi is blessed by the heavens. She should be fine." "I hope so." Ling Xiao replied as he silently healed his internal injuries. The prodigal boy at the side shouted in disdain, "Why did Grandpa send such a sick tiger to me? He can't even deal with a mere ape man. He's really embarrassing me." Xian Yao said with a pained expression, "Zai Zai, you should be content. With him by your side, you can go anywhere in the central region." The prodigal boy said disapprovingly, "My grandfather said that there are still many places that I can't go to." Xian Yao was speechless, but he also knew that what the prodigal boy said was the truth. In the vast central region, there were many forbidden areas for humans, and they were all terrifying places that could only be entered and not left. The battle between the Earth Flaming Tiger and Ghost Hunger lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and almost all of the swamp forest within a few thousand meters was wiped out. In these 3 days, Ling Zhao's condition had already recovered to 50 to 60%, and Feng Xianyun and Xian Yao's condition had also improved a lot. In these 3 days, the savage leopard had been nervously watching the intense battle. From his expression, it seemed that he didn't want to see Ghost Hunger get hurt. At this time, the Earth Flaming Tiger and Ghost Hunger were both covered in wounds, but their battle conditions still hadn't decreased in the slightest. However, the earthly flaming tiger showed its primitive beast impatience. After he forced Ghost Hunger away with a punch, he roared, "Damned human, you have completely angered Grandpa Tiger. I will transform into my original form and swallow you alive." After he roared, his body retreated hundreds of meters away, and his body began to undergo an astonishing change. Roar. A tiger's roar that soared to the heavens rang out. A powerful tiger king that was dozens of meters long displayed its supreme ferocity. This was the earth flaming tiger's original form. Its flame-like fur flickered non-stop, and there was a majestic, king, character imprinted on its head. The tiger's eyes, which were the size of copper bells, emitted a chilling intent. Those deep and bloodthirsty fangs made people feel incomparably terrified. Its strong limbs and huge physical soul appeared majestic and mighty. Ghost Hunger stared coldly at the earth-flaming tiger. He didn't seem to feel any fear. The devil blood in his body was boiling non-stop, and all the black fur on his body stood up straight as he roared non-stop. Ghost Hunger wasn't willing to sit still and wait for death. He spread out his palms, and waves of powerful dark attribute energy surged toward him. The dark attribute energy between his palms transformed into 200-meter-long spears. He threw them with both hands, and the spears pierced toward the earth-flaming tiger. The black spears turned into meteor-like speed and instantly pierced the earth-flaming tiger's huge body. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-flaming tiger seemed to have been struck by lightning. Its body was blasted far away, and a lot of its fur was blasted off. Although it was hit by the spears, its body's defense was incomparably strong, so it didn't seem to have suffered much damage. After stabilizing its body, it roared and pounced toward Ghost Hunger to bite him. The man and the beast were entangled once again. Because Ghost Hunger was bound by the millennial frigid chain, his dodging was greatly restricted. He was continuously rammed by the earth-flaming tiger's powerful body, and he finally showed signs of defeat. Ghost Hunger slapped the earth-flaming tiger's body heavily with his palm, but he was ruthlessly swept by the tiger's tail. It seemed like neither of them had the upper hand, but Ghost Hunger was the one suffering. Although his body was also strong, how could it be compared to the body of a spirit beast of the same rank? After hundreds of collisions, Ghost Hunger's aura was already getting weaker and weaker, and the power of his moves was also getting weaker. The earth-flaming tiger took the opportunity to strengthen its attacks and rammed Ghost Hunger violently again. Finally, Ghost Hunger couldn't withstand the earth-flaming tiger's powerful body anymore, and his body powerlessly fell to the ground. "Huh, damned human, how could you be Lord Tiger's opponent? Now I'm going to swallow you alive." The earth-flaming tiger laughed proudly and then chased after Ghost Hunger. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Ghost Hunger. "Please stay your mouth." Savage Leopard hurriedly swept down from the sky and exclaimed. The earth-flaming tiger stared at Savage Leopard and faintly said, "Lowly human, you dare to stop me?" Savage Leopard said to the earth-flaming tiger, "Can you please hand him over to me?" "Who do you think you are?" "Hurry up and scram, or else I'll eat you as well," the earth-flaming tiger said impatiently. Savage Leopard knew that he couldn't order the earth-flaming tiger, so he could only kneel in the direction of Ling Xiao and call out, "Young master, please ask the Tiger King to show mercy." Ling Xiao and the others flew over. Ling Xiao looked at Savage Leopard and asked, "Why?" He wanted to know why Savage Leopard was so protective of this terrifying Ghost Hunger. Savage Leopard respectfully said, "He was a brother of mine in the past. Perhaps something went wrong during his cultivation, so he became delirious. I hope young master can spare his life. I will definitely make him submit to young master and serve young master. I believe young master also doesn't want to lose such a great help, right?" Savage Leopard could be considered to have figured out Ling Xiao's preferences. He knew that Ling Xiao really wanted to gather experts for his own use, so he said this in hopes that he could move Ling Xiao and let Ghost Hunger go. The earth-flaming tiger unhappily shouted, "No, he has made Lord Tiger suffer these few days. I said that I must swallow him alive." "Shut up, you have no right to speak here." The prodigal stared at the earth-flaming tiger and shouted. This time, the earth-flaming tiger obediently returned to its human form and retreated to the side, not daring to make a sound. Chapter 583. Swamp Forest. Amidst the boundless jungle, the Blackwater sect's territory sunk down tens of meters deep. Everything around it had turned into powder. In this huge pit, there were several people gathered together. One of them was like an ape beast, with his limbs and waist chained up by several 10 millennia frigid iron chains. He was originally terrifying, but now he was like a dead ape, lying motionless on the ground. "You said he's your brother?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Ling Xiao was a bit tempted by Cruel Leopard's suggestion, but he didn't have a good impression of Hungry Ghost. He didn't have the guts to keep a man-eating monster by his side. Cruel Leopard nodded and said seriously, "Yes, he and I used to be good brothers through fire and water, Mad Tooth. It's just that I let him down that year." Then, with a strong sense of guilt, Cruel Leopard recalled the events of nearly 10,000 years ago. It turned out that when they were young, Cruel Leopard and Mad Tooth were both members of a certain mercenary group. At that time, their strength was equal, and they were both at the king stage. Their natures were compatible, and they became sworn brothers. They cultivated together, hunted spirit beasts together, drank wine together, sang together, and repaid their debts. Later, both of them fell in love with a female mercenary in the group. However, this female mercenary was much stronger. She was already at the Earth Emperor stage, and she was also a captain of the group. She was deeply liked by the other members. At that time, the two swore that whoever could surpass this female captain's strength would chase after her and make her his wife. Thus, the two of them cultivated desperately, constantly looking for spirit herbs and medicinal pills, and worked hard to advance their cultivation. Unfortunately, before they could surpass the female captain's strength, she was captured by a stronger mercenary group and raped by dozens of people. She was humiliated to death. When the two heard this news, they were extremely furious, and they wanted to find another mercenary group to take revenge. However, their strength was far inferior to the other party. They couldn't even kill a few ordinary soldiers, and they almost lost their lives. At this point, the two's temperament changed greatly. In order to obtain more cultivation resources and improve their strength as soon as possible, they chose to kill and rob. Both of them chose to kill lone cultivators who were on par with them, robbing and killing them, robbing them of their belongings and resources, and then reselling those belongings to buy cultivation resources suitable for themselves. The two of them had been doing this for 20 years, and their strength had increased by leaps and bounds during these 20 years. They had become the famous Mad Demon duo of the Northwater region. Later on, when the two of them were hunting spirit beasts, they mistakenly entered a secret realm, and each of them obtained a great fortuitous opportunity that suited them. Since only one person could obtain the inheritance left behind in the secret territory, Mad Tooth gave this opportunity to the Demon Emperor, while Mad Tooth collected a high-level profound skill and elixir from the secret territory. It was also from then on that their strength soared. In the end, they even found the mercenary group that had raped the female captain. The mercenary group had a total of thousands of people, and they had killed them all. Moreover, their methods of killing were extremely cruel and terrifying. The crazy demon duo immediately shook the Northwater world. From then on, the Demon Emperor and Mad Tooth began to form their own forces and began to unify all the madmen and villains in the Northwater domain. It could be said that the Demon Emperor wasn't the only ancestor of the Black Demon sect, and this Mad Tooth was also one of them. Since the Demon Emperor had obtained the inheritance, he didn't have to struggle along the way, so his strength gradually pulled apart from Mad Tooth's. At the same time, the Demon Emperor also gradually revealed his outstanding temperament. More and more powerhouses gathered around him, and his relationship with Mad Tooth gradually faded. Later on, the Demon Emperor became an emperor, and his reputation reached an unprecedented peak. However, Mad Tooth was still a middle-stage heavenly venerable. Although he still had a high status in the Black Demon sect, his mentality had changed. In the end, he finally proposed to the Demon Emperor that he go to one of the subordinate forces that he had subdued, which was the current Darkwater sect. At that time, He also planned to cultivate in the Dark Water sect, hoping that one day he could reach Emperor level and close the gap between him and the Demon Emperor. During his days in the Dark Water sect, the Demon Emperor often sent people to provide him with some cultivation resources for his cultivation. It was just that later on, the Demon Emperor was busy building his career, and gradually forgot about his good brother of many years. Before he was betrayed and killed, the Demon Emperor heard about Mad Tooth for the last time. He knew that Mad Tooth had already stepped into the half-emperor level, and the Demon Emperor was already a high-level mystic emperor at that time. Naturally, he didn't care about Mad Tooth's half-emperor level strength. Later on, the Demon Emperor almost died, and he couldn't even protect himself. No one knew what happened to Mad Tooth. After thousands of years, the two brothers had reunited once again. However, everything had changed. The original Demon Emperor had become the current Savage Leopard. Although his strength had returned to the Emperor level, Mad Tooth had already reached the Saint level. It was just that his mind was abnormal, and his whole person had become like a frightening beast. If not for his facial features didn't change much, the Savage Leopard wouldn't have been able to recognize him. The Savage Leopard also didn't understand why Mad Tooth had become like this. Could it be that something went wrong while cultivating the crazy demon technique, or was he framed by a villain? Through the memories of the Savage Leopard, Ling Xiao finally understood why the Savage Leopard wanted to protect the person in front of him. The Savage Leopard had come back to life and had gone to see the King of Hell thousands of years ago. His current mentality was already very different, and when he saw his brother who had roamed the world with him again, his joy and guilt naturally awakened his most loyal side. "Young master, please spare his life." The Savage Leopard knelt down heavily towards Ling Xiao and begged. This time, it was the first time he was willing to kneel and beg Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. Even when he was threatened by Ling Xiao, he wasn't this sincere. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment, then said, "No, his strength is too terrifying, and his mind isn't clear. If we keep him by our side, when he recovers in the future, the only thing left for us is death." "Young master?" the Savage Leopard asked excitedly, his expression filled with sadness. He also understood that what Ling Xiao said was the truth. Mad Tooth was no longer the Mad Tooth from back then, and he was no longer the Demon Emperor. Even if Ling Xiao let Mad Tooth go, would he definitely listen to him obediently? This was obviously impossible, but he had been struggling in his heart. He really didn't want Mad Tooth to die just like that. Mad Tooth was his brother who had gone through life and death with him. To be able to reunite with him again, this friendship wasn't easy to come by, so of course he would cherish it in his heart. At this time, Xian Yao opened his mouth and said, "Young Master Ling, let him stay. If you want to build a force, you can't do without a team. Although this Mad Tooth is unconscious, it's not impossible for him to recover one day. As long as you cure him, he will definitely be grateful to you." Young Master Ling Xiao looked at Xian Yao with a slightly surprised expression. He never thought that Xian Yao would actually plead for Mad Tooth. However, he also felt that Xian Yao's words were not without reason. However, what if his strength was restored once again, and his mind was still so unbearable? What should he do? "Xiao, I'm a poison master. Other than being good at poisoning people, I also have some experience in treating people. Maybe I can help him recover, but I don't know how long it will take. He's definitely too strong, and the treatment will definitely be extremely complicated," Feng Xianyun said from the side. "Is that true?" Ling Xiao asked happily. Feng Xianyun nodded lightly to express her affirmation. Xian Yao also said from the side, "My light attribute ability can purify his hostility, and it will also be of great help in healing his injuries. Alright, if he really can recover his consciousness, then I'll spare his life for now. However, Savage Leopard, you must make him follow this young master, or else this young master would rather not save him. Otherwise, once his strength recovers, we'll be in trouble," Ling Xiao said resolutely. Savage Leopard was overjoyed and once again knelt towards Ling Xiao. "Thank you, young master. However, there's still a big problem. How can we seal his strength? Otherwise, we won't be able to treat him," Ling Xiao said again. Because Mad Tooth's strength was too strong, Ling Xiao and the other's strength was too far apart. They were unable to forcefully seal his dantian, and the earth flame tiger was a spirit beast, so they did not know how to seal it. If that was the case, then Feng Xianyun and Xianya would not be able to treat him. This was indeed a problem that had to be solved, or else it would be troublesome if he recovered. You don't need to worry about that. I can use silver needles to seal all the acupoints in his body. That way, we won't have to worry about him resisting, Feng Xianyun said. Savage Leopard said from the side, although silver needles can be used on ordinary people or weak people, he has already reached the profound saint realm, so silver needles won't have any effect on him. That's right, how can a mere silver needle seal a saint? Ling Xiao also did not agree with Feng Xianyun's method. However, Feng Xianyun firmly said, as long as he's still a human, my silver needles can seal him, unless he becomes a god. My silver needle sealing acupoints has been passed down from ancient times, and there are records in my clan that anyone below the divine realm can seal him, and he definitely won't be able to break free. Xianya revealed a pensive expression and said, if it really is an ancient silver needle sealing method, then I want to give it a try. Savage Leopard looked at Xianya doubtfully and asked, military advisor, are you sure? Savage Leopard knew Xianyao's true identity and trusted his words, so he asked for confirmation. The ancient silver needle sealing method was once at its peak. Not only could it activate a person's potential, but it could also keep a person in a state of eternal sleep without dying. It could also, its miraculous power is not something we can imagine. It's just that as more and more people pursued power, and with the help of all kinds of exotic plants and elixirs, the ancient silver needle sealing method was gradually forgotten by the world, which eventually led to its decline. Now, there aren't many people who know the ancient silver needle sealing method. I didn't expect Madame Yun to know it, so I believe it won't be a problem to seal Mad Tooth, Xianyao said. Yes, military advisor is right. This ancient silver needle sealing method has been passed down in my clan, so I know how to use it, Feng Xianyun replied. Alright, since Yun is confident, then let's give it a try. Ling Xiao was confident in Xianyao and Feng Xianyun, so he immediately agreed. Chapter 584. After some discussion, Ling Xiao and the others decided to let Mad Tooth stay. Feng Xianyun then used the ancient silver needle sealing technique to seal Mad Tooth's strength and prevent him from waking up for a short period of time. Everyone was able to witness the miraculous effects of the ancient silver needle sealing technique. However, when Feng Xianyun inserted nearly 100 silver needles into Mad Tooth's major acupoints, she became extremely weak. It turned out that the ancient silver needle sealing technique required one to infuse their own spirit energy into the silver needles and use a complicated technique to deeply insert the silver needles into the acupoints of Mad Tooth so that Mad Tooth could not shake them off. Because Mad Tooth's strength was too high, Feng Xianyun needed to inject a lot of spirit energy into each needle. These nearly 100 needles were infused with Feng Xianyun's strongest strength. When she finished inserting the silver needles, she had no choice but to immediately take a few pills and meditate to recover. Xianyao sighed, the ancient silver needle sealing technique is indeed extraordinary. Cruel Leopard also agreed, it is indeed powerful. Then he bowed to Feng Xianyun and said sincerely, thank you, Madame Yun. Cruel Leopard knew that if it wasn't for Feng Xianyun, Mad Tooth might not have been able to survive. Alright, let her rest for a while. We should think of a way to break these 10 millennia cold steel chains. This is a good thing, even a saint-level power couldn't break free. Ling Xiao exclaimed as he looked at the thick 10 millennia cold steel. This isn't just 10 millennia cold steel. It should have been refined with other rare materials. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to trap a saint-level power here. Xianyao said. Yes, it should be like this. How do we break these hard things? Ling Xiao thought. Then he took out the ice and fire sword and slashed at the 10 millennia cold steel chains. Clang! The ice and fire sword slashed at the 10 millennia cold steel chains, producing an ear-piercing sound and a burst of intense sparks. It's not damaged at all? Ling Xiao looked at the 10 millennia frigid chain and sighed. His ice and fire sword was forged with two rare materials, 10,000-year dark steel and 10,000-year deep silver. It was a low-rank 7 spirit artifact, and its hardness was not inferior to an ordinary high-rank 7 spirit artifact. However, it could not damage the 10,000-year cold iron chain. It could be seen how hard the 10,000-year cold iron chain was. If it could, Mad Tooth would have escaped long ago, Xianyao said. This is my highest grade spiritual weapon. If it can't cut it, then I can't do anything about it, replied Ling Xiao. No, young master, you can use your heavenly flame to burn it, Savage Leopard quickly said. That's right. The heavenly flame should be able to destroy it, agreed Xianyao. That's right, I'll give it a try. Ling Xiao immediately condensed the blue demon flame pearl. The heavenly fire could burn anything, but it did not have an immediate effect on the 10 millennia frigid chain. Ling Xiao burned at the base of the 10 millennia frigid iron chain for an entire day before he managed to burn all 7 of them. Ling Xiao had expended a great deal of energy that day, but he had managed to save Mad Tooth. Xiao, we should leave. Feng Xianyun looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked up at the sky and sighed heavily. Yun'er, where do you think I should go to find Mingqi? He had traveled 1,000 miles from the purple sky sect to find Yun Mingqi. Originally, he had wanted to roam the central region with her, but he had unexpectedly found out that the Blackwater sect was an evil sect. He had only taken Yun Mingqi as a disciple as an excuse. Her goal was to absorb her dantian and help her break through to a higher realm. Now, 3 years had passed. Ling Xiao had not only found the Blackwater sect, but he had also destroyed them. But he had still lost track of Yun Mingqi. This caused him to feel very depressed. He had lost any clues to find Yun Mingqi, and with how vast the central region was, finding a person was like finding a needle in a haystack. Feng Xianyun rested her head on Ling Xiao's shoulder. Xiao, don't worry. Big sister Meng Qi will definitely be fine. Perhaps she saw through that old witch's scheme long ago and escaped on her own. If fate wills it, you two will definitely meet again. Ling Xiao sighed heavily. He didn't know what to say. At this time, Xianyao walked over from afar and said, Young Master Ling, you don't have to worry about anything. Since you don't know where to find her, then let her know where you are, then she will naturally come to find you. Ling Xiao looked at Xianyao in confusion. Why do you say that, fraud? Xianyao opened his white paper fan and said casually, when your name shakes the central region, who doesn't know you? Are you afraid that she won't be able to find you? When my name shakes the central region, who doesn't know me? Ling Xiao carefully repeated Xianyao's words. After quite a while, Ling Xiaohu's eyes were once again filled with hope as he said, That's right. Once my name shakes the central territory, I'll let everyone know my name, Ling Xiaohu. At that time, no matter where Meng Qi is, she'll definitely hear my name, and she'll definitely come looking for me. As expected of a quack, you've really woken me up with a single sentence. Feng Xianyun looked at the happy Ling Xiao and felt happy for him. Although she was very curious about Yun Mingqi, to be able to receive such deep love from Ling Xiao, and this love made her, as his wife, feel a little sour. But she was even more touched by Ling Xiao's love for his woman. Back then, he had gone deep into the southern wasteland to find the Heaven Gu divine technique for her. He had almost lost his life, but he still didn't hesitate. When she thought of his painful expression when she almost died, she was even more moved. Although this man was affectionate, she didn't mind at all. As long as she still had a place in Ling Xiao's heart, that was enough. After getting Xianyao's reminder, Ling Xiao led the group out of the swamp forest. Ling Xiao didn't know that not long after they left, a group of valiant troops arrived at the swamp forest's Blackwater sect's territory. There weren't many people in this group, but all of them were above the venerable level. There were even 2 emperor-level powerhouses. They were all riding powerful spirit beasts and hovering above the Darkwater sect's territory. These people were all wearing black robes and had hideous masks on their faces. They looked very frightening. If anyone saw the attire of this group of people, they would immediately be able to guess that these people were definitely from the Black Demon sect, which was ranked at the top of the 18 great forces. A short man riding on a 7th grade spirit beast spoke with an incomparably deep and cold gaze. Who did it? Who did it? The masked short woman was obviously an old woman. It could be distinguished from her voice. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. In the end, it turned into a roar. Beside her, a much taller emperor said, "Lady Een, don't be anxious. Let's go down and see if we can find any clues." Then, the group of people fell into the crater that was created by the explosion. The short woman said with an angry voice, "Everyone, spread out and search. No matter what you find, bring it back. I must find the murderer who killed my son and tear him into pieces." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone quickly dispersed. "Lady Een, calm down. Didn't you notice the terrifying battle scars here?" Another Xian emperor said with a deep voice. His eyes kept looking around the deep pit, his expression filled with deep fear. Oh no, did he escape? After Lady Een was shouted at by the Xian emperor, she seemed to have thought of something. Her old eyes revealed a look of fear. Then, she quickly flew in a direction. The other emperor rank expert flew over as well. The two of them arrived at the place where Mad Tooth was originally sealed. Both of them revealed a look of panic. No. Impossible, he actually escaped. This is impossible. Lady Een took a few steps back and revealed a look of disbelief. You mean the person who was sealed here? The other Xian emperor asked as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Lady Een sat weakly on the ground and replied, "That's right, it's him. He must have escaped and killed all of the Blackwater sect and my son. Damn it." The Xian emperor's pupils also contracted. Then, he seemed to have discovered something. He walked to a place and squatted down to search. He didn't escape by himself. Someone helped him escape. The Xian emperor said with certainty. What? He didn't escape by himself? Lady Een jumped up and shouted. That's right. Come over and look at the broken marks of the 10 millennia frigid iron chain. The Xian emperor called out. Lady Een immediately went to the Xian emperor's side and started to examine it. What's going on? Lady Een was completely at a loss. It's obvious that it wasn't cut by a sharp weapon. Even a high-grade spirit weapon would find it difficult to cut the 10 millennia frigid iron chain, unless it was a saint weapon. But these marks seem to have been burned. There are burn marks around it. The Xian emperor analyzed. You're right, it's like that, but normal flames can't burn it. Even if it's earth fire, it would take a lot of time to burn it. However, it's only been 10 days since my son's jade tube of life was extinguished. It's obvious that earth fire can't burn it, unless... Een forced herself to calm down. You're right. I think the guy who came to save that person has heavenly fire. The Xian emperor replied. Someone with heavenly fire? Lady Een was puzzled. After a while, she said, Could it be the sect master of the medicine sect? It shouldn't be that old bastard. He's been in seclusion for many years and rarely asks about the sect's affairs. Although he's afraid of our Black Demon sect, I don't think he would dare to openly fight with us. Maybe it's someone else. The Xian emperor replied. Then who else has heavenly fire? Lady Een thought. As far as I know, there's an old senior and the mysterious pavilion master of the martial spirit pavilion. But I don't think it's them. The Xian emperor said thoughtfully. Of course it's impossible. But who is the old senior? Lady Een asked again. He's a legend. He's been missing for many years. The Xian emperor revealed a look of respect. He paused for a moment and said, He's the demonic emperor. Lady Een was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Chapter 585. Ling Xiao and the others did not leave the north water border. They just left the swamp forest and came to another majestic mountain range. They found a place with an excellent location to settle down. Ling Xiao closed his door here and planned to participate in the grand event of the central region once a decade, the Imperial List Tournament, 9 months later. At that time, it would be the beginning of Ling Xiao's fame in the central region. He was determined to seize the glorious title of First Emperor, and let everyone in any city in the central region know his name, Ling Xiao, so that Yun Mingqi could know her news as soon as possible. At the same time, it could be considered as completing the task of his master, the evil emperor. Ling Xiao released the people and spirit beasts in the cauldron. It was not the same for them to be cooped up in there all day. Ling Xiao asked Feng Xianyun and Xianya to treat Mad Tooth. Otherwise, Savage Leopard would not be able to calm down. After that, Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to the crowd and let them arrange their time freely. He chose a mountain to open a cave residence and entered a closed state. This time, he vowed to raise his strength by another level and learn the intermediate spirit incantation of soul control so that he could exert the true power of soul control. Just before entering the closed state, Ling Xiao once again entered the cauldron and got in touch with the cauldron soul. "Greetings, Master." Obsidian greeted Ling Xiao immediately. "Well, I have advanced to the Earth Emperor stage now. Can I enter the third level of the cauldron?" Ling Xiao asked. Ling Xiao already knew that the cauldron was divided into 5 levels. As his strength broke through, he could enter a higher level. Previously, Ling Xiao had seen the functions of the first 2 levels. He couldn't wait to know what surprises were waiting for him in the third level. Obsidian replied, "I'm sorry, Master, you can't enter the third level with your current strength." "Why?" Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. "Your strength is still too weak to enter the third level," Obsidian replied. "What? Didn't you say that I can enter the next level every time I advance?" Ling Xiao said loudly. "Who said that?" Obsidian asked. Isn't that the case?" Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. He had always thought that every time he advanced, he would be able to advance to the next level. It turned out that it was just his wishful thinking. However, from the cauldron's tone, it did not seem to be the case. Of course not. If it's so easy to enter the next level, then what's the point? Obsidian said arrogantly. Ling Xiao was speechless. He realized that the cauldron's soul was really human-like. He wondered how many tens of thousands of years it had existed for it to become like this. "Then tell me, how do I enter the third level?" asked Ling Xiao disappointedly. "Of course, you can only enter the third floor if you advance," Obsidian said matter-of-factly. Ling Xiao didn't reply. He knew that this fellow was used to spitting out the same sentence several times. Sure enough, when Obsidian saw that Ling Xiao didn't speak, he continued, "To enter the third level, you must break through to the Heavenly Venerable rank. To enter the 4th level, you must reach the Saint rank. Of course, to enter the 5th level, you must reach the God rank. Do you understand, my master?" Ling Xiao ignored Obsidian and directly poured it out of the cauldron. What bullshit divine cauldron is this? One must reach the Heavenly Venerable rank to enter the 3rd level. Who cares about it? Ling Xiao muttered to himself in displeasure. It would take a long time for Ling Xiao to reach the Heavenly Venerable rank, which meant that he wouldn't be able to enter the 3rd level in a short period of time. He was somewhat depressed. Looks like I can only focus on improving my strength first. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. In the following days, he entered a quiet period of cultivation. With the unique returning energy and the 3 exotic creatures in his sea of consciousness, his speed of absorbing spiritual energy was extremely fast. Ordinary people with the help of spirit-gathering treasures might not be able to catch up to his speed. He absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth during the day and cultivated the soul-controlling incantation at night. The soul-controlling spiritual incantation was to condense the spiritual energy into mysterious runic patterns and then use a certain method to brand them in the enemy's sea of consciousness, thus achieving the effect of controlling the other party. The runic pattern arrangement of the elementary grade spiritual incantation was the simplest kind. The more advanced the incantation was, the more complicated the arrangement would be. It was just like how an array pattern master arranged and inscribed various array patterns. The higher the grade of the array pattern, the more difficult it was to inscribe the patterns. It was the same principle between the two. Ling Zhao's current spiritual energy was already considered very strong. Although it wasn't able to occupy the entire sea of consciousness, even a peak-stage mystic Thearcha's spiritual energy was only a so-so. His spiritual energy was enough to support the execution of any level of spiritual incantation. The key was to condense his own spiritual energy into various runic patterns and arrange them in various ways. Ling Zhao's meditation focused on condensing runic patterns and arranging his spiritual energy. As long as he could control them in an orderly manner, he would have reached the phenomenal stage of the soul-controlling art. However, to achieve this point wasn't something that could be achieved in 1 or 2 days. He still needed to practice the control day and night. He had to comprehend the various runic patterns and arrangements before he could do it. According to Ling Zhao's estimation, he would be very satisfied if he could cultivate the soul-controlling art to the phenomenal stage within 3 years. It was important to know that this was already a very short period of time. If it was someone else, they wouldn't dare to cultivate as easily as he thought. After all, not everyone was like him. Their sea of consciousness had already been expanded to a rather terrifying extent by the 3 exotic creatures. Furthermore, their spiritual energy had reached an unimaginable stage. These 2 points were something that anyone with his strength would find hard to achieve. In the blink of an eye, Ling Zhao had been cultivating in the cave abode for half a year. I have finally reached the perfection stage of the low tier. It is time to break through. In the cave talisman, Ling Zhao opened his bright and spirited tiger eyes. 2 rays of light shot out as though they were real. Immediately after, an incredible thing happened. The cave abode was instantly filled with dense spiritual energy. There were bright red, golden, green, dark blue, and light gray. All kinds of spiritual energy actually manifested their own colors. This kind of situation would only appear when the spiritual energy had reached an extremely dense level. As expected, the various colors turned into spiritual rain and continuously poured into Ling Zhao's Tianling acupoint. Ling Zhao's aura instantly soared. His sleeves and black hair fluttered non-stop. Ling Zhao only felt 5 powerful masses of qi fusing into his body. His limbs and organs felt a comfortable feeling as though they were being nourished and cleansed. The 5-colored vortex in his dantian spun extremely fast. Like a hungry beast, it swallowed up the spirit energy that gathered in one by one. It also expanded from the original small qi si to more than several times its original size. The 5-colored color became brighter and more dazzling, and in the vortex, there was a little bit of light that seemed to be real, especially like stars. It was incomparably attractive. The unique origin restoration technique was a combination and improvement of the unique Evil King technique and the 3 parts origin restoration technique. It had the powerful effect of absorbing 5 elements at the same time, and it also had the advanced level of the 3 parts origin restoration technique. These little stars represented that Ling Zhao had already begun to step into the 6th level of the unique origin restoration technique, the crystal phase. At this level, Ling Zhao would be able to condense battle armor. Whether it was in terms of attack or defense, he would be able to reach a higher level. If he combined it with the ancient emperor's divine art, he would have an even greater advantage in all aspects of combat. In other words, in addition to the 5 elements that strengthened Ling Zhao's combat power by 5 times, and the ancient emperor divine technique's dragon chi battle intent had increased his combat power by 5 times. Now that the unique origin restoration technique had broken through to the 6th level, its combat power had increased by 2 levels, which was 12 times its combat power. In terms of physical defense, it would also greatly increase. There were several miniature versions of the golden dragon circling around Ling Zhao. The little golden dragon was swimming around vividly, while Ling Zhao's body was covered with a thin layer of crystal-like 5-colored glazed battle armor. The aura of the glazed battle armor was constantly emitting a dazzling aura. The current Ling Xiao looked so noble and extraordinary. It was as if he was the reincarnation of the god of war, or the reincarnation of the emperor. People could not help but have a kind of impulse to worship him. Roar! Ling Xiao could not help but let out a long roar towards the sky. A dragon's roar soared into the sky, and a golden dragon charged towards the cave abode. Rumble! The dragon-shaped sound wave shook the cave abode, and the surrounding rock walls began to explode. Countless stone fragments flew everywhere, and the cave abode was almost filled with smoke and dust. Just as the cave was about to collapse, Ling Xiao shot out from the cave. He let out a hearty laugh and said, "I've reached the mid-level. It feels pretty good." Ling Xiao didn't get carried away just because he had made a breakthrough. He found another mountain with a beautiful view and decided to stop. A book appeared in his hand, and on the cover was printed the words, "Heavy Fist Technique." This was a metal-type blue-tier mystic technique, and it was a mystic technique that used fist techniques as its main attack method. This heavy fist technique was obtained by Ling Xiao when he killed Tan Guang from the 6th grade Golden Fist sect in Yi City. Ling Xiao had always possessed the 3 ultimate mystic techniques of fist, palm, and leg. His fist was the Skyfrost Fist, his palm was the Cloud-Expelling Palm, and his leg was the Wind God's Kick. These 3 ultimate mystic techniques were not inferior to any other high-grade mystic techniques, especially the palm and leg techniques. Ling Xiao displayed them to the fullest, and their power was extraordinary. As for the Skyfrost Fist, as Ling Xiao's strength grew stronger, he began to use it less often. This was because it did not have the help of the heavenly fire like the Cloud-Expelling Palm, and the Wind God's Kick had the help of the innate Yin Wind Baleful Qi. With these 2 innate offensive attributes, the power of the Skyfrost Fist was naturally not as obvious. Today, Ling Xiao was preparing to cultivate the heavy fist technique, because he wanted to display the true power of the ancient emperor mystic technique. Because of the ancient emperor mystic technique, Ling Xiao's physical body was already comparable to a spirit artifact's defense. Coupled with the powerful metal type, his sharp and hard attacks could destroy mountains and split the earth. On this point, Ling Xiao had used his actions to prove it many times. However, what he had always lacked was a mystic technique that was compatible with the alloy attribute, which greatly affected his battle strength. When Ling Xiao thought about the Imperial ranking tournament, he might have to rely on the ancient emperor mystic technique to display the metal-type battle strength to the extreme, and the heavy fist technique, in his hands was to solve his urgent need. As for the heavenly fire and the innate Yin Wind Baleful Qi, it was better to use them sparingly. After all, once they were used, they would exterminate the opponent, which would definitely arouse the hatred and greed of others. If others knew that he had a rare treasure, it would cause unnecessary conflicts. Cultivating the heavy fist technique could not only solve his battle problems, but also allow him to hide his many trump cards. This was Ling Xiao's true goal. Chapter 586. The heavy fist technique was not flashy, but it focused on practicality. It focused on concentrating all the power on a single point, and then releasing all the power in an instant. It was simple and effective. However, it also had a special feature, which was that it contained hidden energy. Perhaps when the fist landed on the opponent would feel that he could withstand it, and thus let his guard down. Then, the hidden energy would enter the opponent's body for a second attack, causing the opponent to be caught off guard and suffer injuries or even perish. When the heavy fist technique was cultivated to the great completion stage, one punch could contain 7 layers of hidden energy, which was equivalent to a punch with the power of 7 punches. Moreover, it would be hidden in the opponent's body before exploding. Its destructive power was even more terrifying and difficult to defend against than 7 punches. This hidden energy was the essence of the heavy fist technique. Ling Xiao felt that although the level of the heavy fist technique was not too high, if it was used properly, it would not be any worse than those red-tiered mystical skills. Ling Xiao memorized the heavy fist technique's mnemonic chant, and then concentrated on cultivating. He used the surrounding trees and rocks as targets, and kept repeating the simple punching motions with his bare arms. He did not circulate his spiritual energy, and only used his physical strength to punch. Every day, he would punch thousands, or even tens of thousands of punches, until his physical strength was exhausted. Punching was not just purely using his strength, he also had to think of ways to circulate his energy to produce hidden energy, so that he could achieve the effect of a heavy fist technique, and create an extraordinary and terrifying attack with layers upon layers. After 10 days, Ling Xiao had basically grasped the usage of hidden energy, and after a month, he was finally able to produce first heavy fist. At this moment, Ling Xiao's upper body was bare, revealing his well-proportioned muscles. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and threw a simple punch towards a tree that could be hugged by a person. Bang! A shallow fist mark was left on the tree trunk by Ling Xiao's punch. The tree swayed slightly, and a few leaves floated down. Ling Xiao withdrew his fist, and looked at the tree with a calm expression. His punch did not seem to cause much damage to the tree. Who knew, after 5 breaths, bang, came from the tree trunk. That tree actually broke in half. This is the power of a heavy punch. One punch is fake, and the other is real. Combining the fake and the real, it's enough to win, Ling Xiao muttered to himself, excitement shining in his eyes. After that, Ling Xiao continued to train hard for another month. He managed to cultivate the heavy fist formula to the point where he could release the power of 3 stacks with a single punch. Everything was difficult at the beginning. With Ling Xiao's extraordinary comprehension ability, as long as he thoroughly understood the principles, he would be able to grasp the essence of it quickly. It was getting closer and closer to the Imperial ranking list. Ling Xiao planned to leave and register for the Imperial ranking list tournament after practicing for a while. Ling Xiao found a low-tier 6th-order yellow-furred ape as his opponent. The yellow-haired ape was an earth elemental spirit beast. It was 7 to 8 meters tall and looked quite powerful. When Ling Xiao approached its territory, the yellow-haired ape immediately revealed a fierce expression. It continuously beat its sturdy chest with its fists and let out a roar. It seemed to be asking Ling Xiao to leave immediately, or else it would not be polite. Ling Xiao raised an index finger at it and laughed lightly. "Big guy, come, let's fight." Roar. The yellow-haired ape was provoked, and after punching its chest a few times, it jumped up from the ground and threw a terrifying fist at Ling Xiao's head. It seemed to want to blow up Ling Xiao's head with one punch. Facing a Type 6 spirit beast, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. Dragon-shaped battle aura instantly rushed out of his body, and a huge golden dragon roared into the sky. At this moment, the yellow-haired ape looked at the golden dragon, and its movement seemed to slow down. It seemed to feel the power of a supreme beast king, which made it want to submit to this human. Ling Xiao did not take advantage of the situation to attack. He wanted to fight the yellow-haired ape fair and square. The yellow-haired ape clearly saw that the beast king above Ling Xiao's head was just an illusion. It immediately roared again to overcome the panic in its heart and attacked Ling Xiao. Although the yellow-haired ape was big, its speed was very fast. Its fist instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Before the fist reached its target, a strong wind blew at Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao took 2 steps back and shouted excitedly, "Good timing." At the same time, he also threw a punch at the yellow-haired ape's fist. Bang! Ling Xiao collided with the opponent head-on. After the first contact, his whole body was sent flying more than 10 meters away, but the yellow-haired ape did not even take half a step back. The difference in strength was very obvious. As expected of a powerful ape spirit beast. Ling Xiao sighed and went up again. Just now, he did not use internal force. He wanted to warm up first, and then use his heavy punch to see how powerful it was. The yellow-haired ape was annoyed that it could not kill the damn human in one move. It opened its mouth and a strong elemental light bombarded out. The strong energy formed a yellow ribbon in the air, and the clouds were blown away. Of course, Ling Xiao would not use elemental attacks against it. He wanted to practice his fist skills. He turned into a series of afterimages and avoided the strong energy bombardment. He went behind the yellow-haired ape and threw a few golden fists at it. The yellow-haired ape's reaction was a bit slow. Its body took a few punches from Ling Xiao, but it did not seem to be injured. It also bombarded Ling Xiao. Bang bang. One man and one beast kept colliding with each other in the air. Every time Ling Xiao punched the yellow-haired ape, his body would be shaken back, but he quickly closed in on the yellow-haired ape and launched a new round of attacks. The yellow-haired ape seemed to be impatient with Ling Xiao's entanglement. All the yellow hair on its body stood up, and a layer of yellow dark force protected its body like a battle armor. Every punch it threw contained incomparable power, and Ling Xiao was shaken back even further. Ling Xiao felt the blood in his body churning, and a few traces of blood came out of the corner of his mouth. That's exactly what I want you to be angry. That's the only way I'll be able to defeat you. Ling Xiao's face lit up with excitement, and his aura rose to a new peak. Dragon-scale armor instantly covered his body, but this armor was different from before. It wasn't just gold, but had a colorful sheen to it. It looked like a glazed armor, which made it even more extraordinary. Come on, I'll let you taste the power of a heavy punch. Ling Xiao finally got serious. He shouted, and his speed was extremely fast. Golden fists blasted at the yellow-haired ape from all directions. The yellow-haired ape also roared, and a powerful fist met it. Every punch was as terrifying as a 1,000-pound boulder. Bang bang. Bursts of powerful attribute light splashed, and there was a series of crashing sounds in the air. After exchanging countless punches, the man and the beast finally separated. This time, Ling Xiao was blasted back dozens of meters, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The yellow-haired ape was also blasted back 6 or 7 steps, but it did not seem to be injured. In the confrontation between the two, at first glance, the yellow-haired ape seemed to have the upper hand. However, not far away, Ling Xiao had an excited smile on his face, as if he did not feel defeated by the yellow-haired ape. Roar! The yellow-haired ape was angered by Ling Xiao again, and it slammed its chest again, and once again attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood in the same place, silently counting in his heart. Just as the yellow-haired ape's fist was about to land on Ling Xiao's head, Ling Xiao wiped away the calmness and sneered, "It's time to explode." Bang bang. Ling Xiao didn't make any move, but the yellow ape's body kept exploding like it was burying a bag of explosives. The yellow-haired ape kept hissing, and its powerful body kept bursting with blood. After a while, the sound of the explosion finally stopped. The yellow-haired ape fell heavily from the air. Bang! Its huge body smashed into the ground, and dozens of trees were crushed, causing a thick cloud of dust to rise from the ground. Ling Xiao slowly descended and looked at the yellow-haired ape that was blown to pieces. He lightly flicked his black hair and revealed a proud expression, not bad. When I cultivate to the 7 stacks, I'm afraid I'll only need 2 or 3 punches to finish it off. I don't need to throw nearly 100 punches like before. Ling Xiao had only cultivated to the 3 stacks, and 1 punch was equivalent to 3 punches. At the same time, he threw nearly 100 punches, which was equivalent to more than 300 punches. The power of these 300 punches exploded at the same time was extremely terrifying. Moreover, it exploded from inside the body. Whether it was a human or a spirit beast, their internal organs were extremely fragile. After receiving such a bombardment, it would be difficult for them to not die. If Heavy Hand Tan Guang did not die, he would be able to see Ling Xiao throw so many punches at once. He would feel proud for this disciple of Ping Yi. Ling Xiao was able to make so many powerful attacks at the same time. Of course, it was related to his 5 attributes. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to release the power of the heavy punches to such a terrifying extent. After killing the yellow-haired ape, Ling Xiao's cultivation temporarily fell. When Ling Xiao returned to the place where everyone had settled down, everyone was present. Congratulations to boss, young master, for improving your strength. Everyone could see that Ling Xiao's strength had greatly improved, and they all came forward to greet him happily. Ling Xiao nodded, then his gaze fell on Yi Yunfeng, and he praised, "Yunfeng did well. You actually broke through another level in just a short year." Yi Yinfeng took a step forward and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. It's all thanks to Ling Xiao's complete success that I, Yinfeng, am where I am today. Yi Yinfeng had completely recognized Ling Xiao as his boss. It hadn't even been 3 years since he left the Yi family city, but he had already advanced from a high-level king to a high-level earth sovereign. This speed was as fast as a rocket. It would be a lie if he wasn't happy. The reason he could have the strength he had today, of course, was inseparable from the many cultivation resources that Ling Xiao had given him, especially the 10,000 years stone stalagmite, which had cleansed his body and strengthened his cultivation foundation. This was the reason why he could advance a level in a short period of 1 year. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for him to advance a level by relying on medicinal pellets. It was not only Ling Xiao and Yi Yinfeng who had greatly improved their strength. Bai Yushi finally lived up to everyone's expectations and broke through to the Earth Emperor realm. Ling Xiao gave her another Emperor Ascension pill, which directly allowed her to advance another level to the mid-level Earth Emperor realm. Chapter 587. Kai Xiaoyu was still a high-level Earth Emperor, but her strength was more consolidated. Previously, she had obtained the evil Emperor's favor, and he had passed her a set of high-level profound skill. This was a cultivation technique that had at least reached the purple level, and he had also given her a new red horsetail high-grade spirit tool. After these days of quiet cultivation, her combat strength should also be outstanding among high-level Earth Emperors. Moreover, she was once known as the Shura woman. Her killing methods would definitely not lose to anyone. During this Imperial Role tournament, she planned to regain her passion for battle and speed up her comprehension of her own Tao so that she could reach the heavenly venerable stage as soon as possible. She was only in her 40s, and she was wearing a 10,000-year-old pearl. She looked to be in her 30s, and she was at the peak of her beauty. Moreover, Earth's sovereign realm martial artists under 100 years of age were allowed to participate in the Imperial Rankings tournament, so it was completely possible for her to participate. This could also be considered as a way for her to verify her own strength, as well as an excellent place to improve her own combat power. Only through the baptism of blood would one become a true expert. Only then would she be able to better assist Ling Xiao in dominating an area. After the battle at the Blackwater Gate, the prodigal had successfully reached the advanced 6th level. His appearance had changed slightly, and he had become a handsome young man. With a long spear on his back, he looked even more majestic. The savage leopard's strength remained the same, but its energy had increased by quite a bit. It could be said that it had truly comprehended the Devil Saber's 8 forms. With the addition of the level 6 Blood Prison Devil Domain's Generosity World, it wouldn't be a problem for it to fight against ordinary middle-stage mystic thearchs. One had to know that the power of the 8 forms of the demonic blade could be said to be able to destroy heaven and earth. Each form was incomparably powerful. If the savage leopard was completely demonized, it wouldn't be a problem for its combat strength to increase by several times. The wind god had once turned into a demon and used the 8 forms of the demonic blade to defeat all the experts in the world. From this, one could see the terrifying power of the 8 forms of the demonic blade. The Golden Wolf King had come back to life, and its strength had already reached the peak of the mid-6th level. Within a year, it would reach the high 6th level and catch up to the prodigal. It was just that in terms of combat power, there was definitely a huge disparity between them. The blue serpent dragon and the black demon leopard were still at the early stage of the 7th order. No matter if it was a human or a beast, the higher one went, the harder it would be to break through. As for Feng Xianyun and Xianyao, they spent most of their time treating Mad Tooth. Now, Mad Tooth's injuries had recovered, but his mind was still in an abnormal state. After the two of them worked together to treat him, they made good progress. At the very least, the black fur on his body finally fell off, and he gradually became a real human. During this period of time, he woke up many times, but he was sealed by the ancient silver needle and couldn't use any energy. He couldn't escape or move at all. Every time he woke up, Cruel Leopard would tell him many things that happened in the past. Mad Tooth seemed to be very sensitive about the past. Every time he talked about it, he would show a headache, making it difficult for him to continue listening. Feng Xianyun and Xian Yao seemed to be powerless in this regard. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao found it strange. Could it be that Mad Tooth really lost his memory because of qi deviation? Ling Xiao asked Feng Xianyun, why is this happening? Is there really something wrong with his head? Feng Xianyun slightly furrowed her brows and said, his situation is very similar to being possessed by the devil, but I'm sure that he's not possessed by the devil. There are two outcomes to being possessed by the devil, one is a sudden death, and the other is madness. However, aside from being bloodthirsty and warlike, most of the time he's quietly thinking about things, and the way he looks at us is very strange. It's as if he can understand what we're saying, but he's not willing to communicate with others, and he's lost his memory. However, I feel like he's been sealed, and he can't remember anything. Xian Yao also said from the side, that's right. If it's just losing his memory, with my magic, it would definitely have some effect. However, it's useless now. Magic was a light attribute healing skill that could allow people with amnesia to recover their lost memories. Only people with the light attribute could use it. Ling Xiao said, is there really no way to help him recover? There is a way, but it's a bit unrealistic. Feng Xianyun said. Savage Leopard hurriedly asked, Madam Yun, what method do you have? Tell me. Feng Xianyun paused for a moment before explaining, a rank 8 alchemist is extremely rare. Even if you can find one, they may not help you. And even if they do help, two things will happen after the alchemist's mind is stimulated. The first possibility is that his condition will improve after the stimulation, and the second possibility is that his mind will be heavily damaged again, causing him to have no hope of recovering in this lifetime. He might even explode and die. That's why I said it's a bit unrealistic. Grade 8. Grade 8 alchemist. Everyone revealed a strange expression. Alchemists that had attained this rank were already the most respected existences in the Central Territory. No matter where they went, they would become great figures that the various powers would greet with all their might, and even the 18 great powers would be courteous to them. In the Central region, there were only a handful of alchemists who had reached this level. Among the 18 major forces, there were not many who had reached this level. Even those who had reached grade 7 were very rare. The Medicine Sect, which was as famous as the Black Demon Sect, had 2 grade 8 alchemists. They were the pillars of the Medicine Sect, and the symbol and representative of the Medicine Sect. Even the people of the Martial Spirit Palace would be modest in front of the Medicine Sect. The reason why the Medicine Sect was ranked behind the Black Demon Sect was not because their strength was inferior to the Black Demon Sect. On the contrary, people with insight would think that the Medicine Sect's true strength was much more terrifying than the Black Demon Sect's. The Medicine Sect belonged to the category of ancient forces. They had been established for tens of thousands of years without falling. Their people had always been low-key, and rarely had disputes with other forces. At the same time, they were on good terms with many forces. This was because many forces needed help from the Medicine Sect to refine high-grade pills. Therefore, if anything happened to the Medicine Sect, they only needed to send out an order, and countless forces would immediately come to help them. This was the calling power of an alchemist. There were 2 grade 8 alchemists in the Medicine Sect, and there was one in the Martial Spirit Palace. The other 2 or 3 had always been elusive. It would be extremely difficult to find traces of them. Cruel Leopard revealed a disappointed look. He knew that Feng Xianyun's suggestion was too difficult to achieve. How could he invite in grade 8 alchemist? Even if he were to recover to his peak, it would not be difficult for him. Ling Xiao frowned and said, Yun, are you saying that as long as I stimulate his sea of consciousness, it is possible for him to recover? Feng Xianyun glanced at Ling Xiao and immediately guessed what Ling Xiao wanted to do. She immediately said, Xiao, don't act recklessly. The sea of consciousness of a saint is extraordinary. I know you can use your spiritual power to attack, but once you are attacked by him, how can you withstand it? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, It's okay, I have my own plans. He can't hurt me. The key is whether what you said is effective or not. Feng Xianyun knew that it was difficult to change Ling Zhao's decision, so she immediately replied, "It's like the two situations I mentioned just now." After receiving Feng Xianyun's affirmation, Ling Xiao turned to look at Cruel Leopard and said, "This is a gamble, life or death. You choose for him. I can use my spiritual power to invade his sea of consciousness. As for the result, I don't know." Cruel Leopard fell into deep thought, then turned his gaze to Mad Tooth and said, "Good brother, I know you are not willing to live like this for the rest of your life. The two of us still have to fight the world. I believe that you will definitely be able to survive." Then he said to Ling Xiao, "Please, young master." Everyone protected Ling Xiao, while Ling Xiao began to use his spiritual power to stimulate his sea of consciousness. At the same time, the Earth Flame Tiger was also summoned. Before, the Earth Flame Tiger was very arrogant and difficult to tame, but now that it was reprimanded by the prodigal brat, it didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. At least in the face of Ling Zhao's arrangements, it no longer had any complaints or objections. After all, it didn't dare to disobey the orders of the Beast Emperor Prince. Everyone stood guard around Ling Xiao to prevent Mad Tooth from making any strange movements. The vastness of Ling Zhao's spiritual power wasn't something that others could easily imagine. With his spiritual power, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a grade 8 alchemist. Once his strength increased, he would definitely become an existence of a grade 8 alchemist. Moreover, Ling Xiao was proficient in the mysteries of spiritual power, and his use of it wasn't something that others could understand. Therefore, he didn't fear anything when he attacked Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness. Even if Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness's spiritual power was equally astonishing, he could withdraw it in time without suffering any backlash. After everything was settled, Ling Xiao turned his spiritual power into a cloud and slowly moved towards Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness. Right now, he wasn't using his spiritual power to attack, but to first probe the situation in Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness while avoiding harming it. When Ling Zhao's spiritual power invaded Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness, Ling Xiao suddenly found that his spiritual power seemed to have encountered some kind of obstruction and was unable to continue attacking. Ling Xiao thought to himself, "There's indeed something fishy going on." Following which, Ling Xiao gradually increased his spiritual power in an attempt to remove the obstruction. However, he found that he couldn't do it with his spiritual power in the form of a cloud and mist. Ling Xiao felt that these obstructions might be the real reason for Mad Tooth's memory loss. "It seems like I have to be heavy-handed." Ling Xiao made up his mind. He gathered his spiritual power again and turned it into the form of an ice and fire sword. Then, he rapidly and violently attacked Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness. This was Ling Zhao's 5th level spiritual power attack. Even an earthly sovereign would be instantly killed by it. He hoped that this would be able to destroy the obstruction in Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness. Rumble. The ice and fire sword bombarded a thick iron wall, causing Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness to tremble soundlessly. Ah! Mad Tooth let out a scream as he woke up from his coma. Fortunately, he was sealed. Otherwise, he would definitely go crazy and hurt people. Everyone else was on standby, and their gazes were all fixed on Ling Xiao and Mad Tooth. What a powerful Jiasuo, but it isn't unbreakable. Ling Xiao sneered and gathered his spiritual power again. His 8th level spiritual power turned into countless ice and fire swords, which shot towards Mad Tooth's Sea of Consciousness like a storm. Chapter 588. Ling Zhao's spiritual energy had already reached an unimaginable level. Even the 8th level of spiritual energy was enough to damage an Emperor-level Sea of Consciousness. His attack was aimed at a single location, and countless sword blades bombarded the place like a torrential storm. Without any defenses, even an Emperor-level Sea of Consciousness would not be able to withstand such a violent bombardment, and their Sea of Consciousness would definitely explode. After a series of continuous bombardments, Ling Xiao felt his spiritual energy plummet, and his face became much paler. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, what kind of seal is so terrifying that it hasn't been destroyed? Could it be that my spiritual energy isn't strong enough? Mad Tooth was sealed and could not use his strength, but the screams he let out made Savage Leopard, who was at the side, extremely worried. Savage Leopard prayed in his heart, "Brother, you must hold on." Ling Xiao continued to increase his spiritual energy, and in the end, he had almost used up all of it. Just as he was about to choose to give up, a sudden change occurred. Crack. A small crack was finally blasted open by Ling Xiao's continuous spiritual sword blades. Ling Xiao was just about to use the last bit of spiritual energy to blast the crack a little more. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy exploded from Mad Tooth's sea of consciousness. Rumble. Ling Xiao's spiritual energy could not be withdrawn in time, and it was directly scattered by the power that blasted out. Ah! Ling Xiao felt his sea of consciousness shake, and he could not help but let out a scream as he fell backwards. "Xiao, young master!" The others cried out and were about to run towards Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, a powerful burst of energy erupted. Earth Flame Tiger's voice sounded out, "All of you back off, he has broken free from the seal." Boom! The powerful energy caused everything in the surroundings to emit a powerful explosion, and a lot of stone fragments and dust were shaken into the air. Even some of the nearby trees were directly shaken down by the strong gale of energy. Ling Xiao's body was also shaken and thrown far away. Savage Leopard's eyes and hands were sharp, and he quickly caught up to Ling Xiao and caught him. "Young master, are you okay?" Cruel Leopard asked as he supported Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao shook his head with a pale face. "I'm fine. Let's see how Mad Tooth is doing." Fortunately, he had cut off his spiritual power in time. Otherwise, the damage to his sea of consciousness would have been more than this. He silently circulated the healing chapter of the mind-controlling art to stabilize his sea of knowledge and recover his mental strength. At the same time, he looked in the direction of Mad Tooth. At this moment, Mad Tooth's original location was already surrounded by layers of powerful black mist. The dense dark attribute had a strong corrosive effect, corroding the weeds, flowers, and trees to the point that they lost their vitality, causing them to wither one by one. Everyone flew far away. Only the flaming tiger, whose body was surrounded by glistening flames, was not corroded by the black mist. Ah! Following a cry of alarm, the black mist quickly spread in all directions, and a series of glittering and translucent needles shot out from the black mist. Swoosh! With a strong force, the thin needle directly sank into a rock not far away. The black mist in the surroundings expanded, and the area within 100 meters became like a black world. How could he break free from the ancient silver needle seal? Has his power already reached the god level? Xian Yao said with a shocked expression. Feng Xianyun shook her head and said, "I don't think so. If he had reached the god level, I wouldn't have been able to seal him. I think it's because my cultivation isn't high enough, and the power of the seal isn't strong enough." The energy he burst out just now was very concentrated. Obviously, Xiao just stimulated his sea of consciousness, causing some kind of change in him. His power burst out in an instant, and that's why he forcefully broke the seal. After an unknown amount of time, the black mist once again retracted towards Mad Tooth's location. Then, Mad Tooth's figure gradually appeared. At this moment, his expression was cold, and his aura was awe-inspiring. His old eyes seemed to be restrained, and the scarlet gaze was no longer there. It was as if the crazy killing intent on his body had disappeared. The flaming earth tiger glared at Mad Tooth and roared, "Loser, do you still want to fight?" Mad Tooth glanced at the flaming earth tiger and didn't answer him. Instead, he said indifferently, "Where is this? Why? Why am I here?" His eyes were filled with bewilderment as he scanned his surroundings. At the same time, he also took in all the people present at the scene. Feng Xianyun said to the savage leopard, He might have recovered. Go over and take a look." The savage leopard glanced at Feng Xianyun excitedly, and then quickly flew towards Mad Tooth. He shouted, "Mad Tooth, do you still recognize me?" Mad Tooth raised his head and looked at the savage leopard. He frowned slightly, and his expression became extremely blank. He said, "Who are you? You actually have emperor-level cultivation. Not bad." The savage leopard's body trembled, and his eyes revealed an excited expression. He said, I'm the Demon Emperor, your good brother. Mad Tooth, do you still remember me? Humph, how dare you? Mad Tooth suddenly became furious. He grunted coldly and raised his hand slightly, and then a powerful force instantly blasted towards the savage leopard. Flaming Earth Tiger, stop him! Ling Xiao shouted hastily. However, Ling Xiao's reminder was still too late, and the savage leopard had already been blasted far away by the force of the attack. The flaming Earth Tiger instantly collided with Mad Tooth. However, Mad Tooth seemed to not want to be entangled in a battle for too long, and he only exchanged a few blows with the flaming Earth Tiger before immediately retreating swiftly by a few hundred meters. I don't know who all of you are, but if you dare to speak nonsense again, then even if you have a Saint Realm expert protecting you, I can still kill all of you. Mad Tooth glanced at Ling Xiao and the others with a slightly angry expression as he spoke faintly, and a cold killing intent silently bloomed from him. He seemed to have really recovered his senses now, and even his speech had become much more fluent. Mad Tooth's cold killing intent made everyone feel unnatural all over, as if they had been secretly bitten by a venomous snake. A loser still dares to be so arrogant. The flaming Earth Tiger couldn't stand being looked down upon by Mad Tooth, so it roared and charged towards Mad Tooth. Flaming Earth Tiger, come back here. Ling Xiao said aloud. The flaming Earth Tiger looked at Ling Xiao unwillingly, but ultimately stopped in its tracks. Swoosh! At this moment, a black dot of light flew towards Mad Tooth. Mad Tooth furrowed his brows slightly and grabbed the black dot with one hand. Following that, Mad Tooth's gaze fell on his hand, and his expression changed. Blood. Blood-devouring demon saber. Cough cough. You can't recognize me, but you should at least recognize it. The savage leopard returned to Mad Tooth with its heavily injured body and coughed up blood. Ha! Blood-devouring demon saber. Big brother Demon Emperor, you died so miserably back then. I must kill that traitor and avenge you. Mad Tooth didn't seem to hear the savage leopard's words. He placed the demon saber on top of his head and laughed wildly towards the sky. A strong killing intent surged out continuously. Everyone had no choice but to retreat far away. Mad Tooth, do you still remember Captain Sophie? The savage leopard revealed a look of ecstasy. Hearing Mad Tooth's words, he was sure that Mad Tooth's consciousness had already recovered, so he had to confirm that Mad Tooth wasn't dead. Sue. Sophie, you. How do you know Captain Sophie? Could it be that you're really Big Brother Demon Emperor's disciple? Mad Tooth finally faced the savage leopard and spoke loudly in excitement. When he first saw the blood-devouring demon saber, he thought that this was just a person who accidentally obtained the item of the Demon Emperor's death. But now that the savage leopard had said a name, he guessed that the savage leopard was the Demon Emperor's disciple. The savage leopard in front of him didn't look like the Demon Emperor anymore, but Mad Tooth couldn't deny that he had a familiar aura when facing the savage leopard. This was also the reason why his palm didn't take the savage leopard's life. Mad Tooth, my good brother, I'm really the Demon Emperor. After the savage leopard cried out in excitement, he calmed down and said, back then, you and I were caught peeping at Captain Sophie bathing by the river and she taught us a lesson, but she didn't kill us. You thought that Captain Sophie didn't kill you because she took a fancy to you, and I thought that Captain Sophie should have taken a fancy to me. That time, we even had a fight over this matter. In the end, the two of us made an agreement that whoever could surpass Captain Sophie faster would chase after her and take her as his wife, the savage leopard slowly narrated, his face filled with endless memories. The more Mad Tooth listened, the more his body trembled. In the end, dry tears actually fell from his old eyes. Are you really the Demon Emperor? Mad Tooth looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. What the savage leopard said just now was the secret between him and the demon emperor. Outsiders didn't know about it, and he didn't believe that the demon emperor would tell his disciple about it. But, how did the demon emperor become like this? Wasn't he killed by that traitor? The savage leopard let out a heavy sigh and said, I'm no longer the demon emperor, I'm the savage leopard. The demon emperor died more than 5,000 years ago. Speaking up to here, he paused for a moment, looked at Mad Tooth and said seriously, back then, I wanted to break through to the saint rank, but I was killed by a traitor and almost died. My weak soul attached to the saber and luckily escaped the calamity. Now that more than 5,000 years have passed, I'm no longer me. You can call me the savage leopard now, but Mad Tooth, you're still my good brother. As he spoke, the savage leopard's eyes became misty. He was once a dignified demon emperor, a formidable figure, and also a man with blood and tears. You're really the big brother. After listening to the savage leopard's words, Mad Tooth could finally be sure that the savage leopard in front of him was definitely a good brother who had gone through fire and water with him. Mad Tooth walked toward the savage leopard excitedly. The two looked at each other for a long time, and in the end, the two of them gave each other a bear hug. After thousands of years of separation and nearly 10,000 years of brotherhood, they finally fused together again. It was really a touching scene. Ling Xiao looked at the two of them and sighed in his heart, there's nothing more brotherly love than this. Then, Ling Xiao waved at everyone and quietly retreated far away. Chapter 589. Savage Leopard and Mad Tooth reminisced for 3 days and 3 nights. Ling Xiao and the others didn't disturb them. After being separated for a few thousand years, everything had changed, and everything had changed. It caused them to have too many things of the past that they were unable to speak of in the end. Big Brother Demon Emperor, I didn't expect you to be able to recover your youth. I really couldn't recognize you, but I look like this. It's hard to believe that this is the truth, Mad Tooth sighed. You should just call me Savage Leopard or Big Brother. Everything in the past should vanish into thin air. What's important is that we're still alive. Back then, I was blinded by power and made you feel wronged. Savage Leopard sighed. No, I don't blame the demons. I don't blame Big Brother, because the difference between our realms is too great. If it were me, I would also have given you the cold shoulder. Not to mention that Big Brother treated me well back then, and he even gave me a lot of resources, Mad Tooth replied. Savage Leopard said guiltily, compared to our brotherhood, those resources are nothing. He paused for a moment and then said, that's right, why were you trapped in the 7th stage demon trapping formation by the 10 millennia cold steel? Was it done by a traitor? As Savage Leopard spoke, his eyes revealed a thick killing intent. Mad Tooth shook his head and said, no. I had people set up the 7th stage demon trapping formation to suppress myself in the desolate well. Savage Leopard revealed a shocked expression. He was clearly very surprised by Mad Tooth's answer. Who would have thought that Mad Tooth would actually trap himself in the 7th stage demon trapping formation and turn himself into such a state? Mad Tooth sighed heavily and slowly began to recall, back then, after that traitor seized your position, he said that you died from breaking through to the Saint Realm, and I accidentally learned from your old subordinates that you were killed by him. At that time, I really wanted to return to the Demon Gate and kill that traitor, but I had just broken through to the Emperor Realm, and my strength was really limited. The old subordinates who were loyal to you were all killed by that person, and the rest surrendered to him. My Blackwater Gate was slightly weaker, and the news of me breaking through to the Emperor Realm hadn't spread, so they didn't kill me. But I knew that they would remember me sooner or later. That person is very cautious, and he definitely wouldn't let go of any existence that could threaten him, so I had to increase my strength as soon as possible. I didn't want to take back the empire we conquered, but I just wanted to take revenge for you. Do you still remember the secret realm that we mistakenly fell into? At that time, you obtained the inheritance and the blood-devouring demon blade, while I obtained the crazy demon art and some other things. Those things contained the diagram of the demon trapping formation, as well as the experience of quickly mastering the crazy demon art. This is also the reason why I sealed myself in the demon trapping formation. It's just that an accident happened later on that caused me to become like this. Savage Leopard asked, "What accident?" When I sealed myself in the demon trapping formation, I had already sent someone to leak the news to the main sect that I had died, hoping to dispel that person's vigilance against me. Mad Tooth said this, but was interrupted by Savage Leopard. Your decision was ridiculously wrong. If you spread the news, with his cautious personality, he would definitely know that there was a trap. He definitely wouldn't believe that you really died. Big Brother guessed correctly. Big Brother guessed correctly. It was precisely because of this that I attracted so much trouble. At that time, I was in the most critical state of cultivation. Mad Tooth's face revealed anger. He paused for a moment before continuing. I relied on the crazed demon art's comprehension of the secrets of rapid progress and spent less than 10 years to go from low-level emperor to mid-level emperor. This speed can be said to be extremely fast. Just as I was about to break through to the next level, that traitor actually came out of closed-door cultivation and personally came to the Blackwater sect. At that time, he had actually stepped into the Saint realm. His cultivation speed was truly unparalleled. Afterwards, he found me, and because I was sealed in the demon trapping formation, I couldn't escape. When he took me out of the well, he didn't immediately kill me. That damned bastard actually fed me a magical beast pill. Mad Tooth revealed a monstrous anger as he spoke, especially when he mentioned the demon beast core. His eyes flashed with a strong scarlet color. What, he actually gave you a demon beast core? No wonder, that traitor is really crazy. Savage Leopard's body shook as he loudly cried out in sorrow. He recalled Mad Claw's appearance that was like a human but not a human, like an ape but not an ape, and he understood what was going on. The magic beast pill was an extremely poisonous pill. It was something that could only be cultivated by a 6th-tier poison master and above. It could cause anyone to lose their humanity like a wild beast, becoming a terrifying monster that was neither human nor beast, and Mad Claw was in that state just now. I don't remember what happened after I took the demon beast core, but I only know that because of the demon beast core, I escaped a disaster and reached this level in this state. It really is a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to cross the great barrier of the saint level just by relying on the mad demon art. But the demon beast core just happened to make me completely demonized, which is in line with the essence of the mad demon art. I guess that senior didn't think that the mad demon art really needed to be demonized in order to advance. Mad Tooth said with emotion. That traitor didn't even dream that we two brothers could meet again. In the future, I will definitely pay him back 10 times the salary he gave us, so I didn't teach him for a lifetime in vain. Savage Leopard laughed wildly. Mad Tooth nodded and said, we definitely have to take revenge, but the key is that our current strength isn't enough. He already entered the saint level thousands of years ago, and now his strength is probably even higher. It won't be easy for us to defeat him, but we can start from his strongholds and cut off all his claws and teeth. But if we do this, our painstaking efforts from back then, I'm afraid they will also be destroyed. Savage Leopard waved his hand and said, as a human, I've already thought it through. Back then, our temperaments were too extreme, which caused us to miss many things that were worth cherishing. Now that I can find you again in this life, I have no regrets. Our painstaking efforts no longer belong to us thousands of years ago. Mad Tooth looked at Savage Leopard in surprise and said, Big brother, do you really think so? Savage Leopard nodded and said, yes, everything is no longer important to me. In this life, I just want to have the opportunity to step into the saint level like you and enjoy the pleasure brought by that power. I'll be satisfied. Of course, I also want to kick your butt like I did back then. Don't worry, you don't have that chance now. This time, I'm already several steps ahead of you, so it won't be easy to catch up to me. Mad Tooth revealed a happy smile. That's not necessarily true. Savage Leopard didn't get angry, and his reaction was full of fighting spirit. By the way, are those people with you your new followers? That big guy's strength is very terrifying. Back then, he was the one who suppressed me, right? Mad Tooth asked the question in his heart. Savage Leopard shook his head and said with a smile, how could I have that ability? I'm more like his follower. That's true. That big guy's strength is a bit stronger than mine, and with your current strength, you can't control him. Mad Tooth revealed an embarrassed expression. Savage Leopard waved his hand and said, no, that big guy isn't my master. My master is the young man who healed your mind. I was able to recover to my current strength completely because of him. I'm now his follower. Which young man is it? Mad Tooth asked. Ling Xiao, Xian Yao, and the prodigal Chang Mian were all extremely young. He didn't know who had helped him open the obstruction in his sea of consciousness, so he asked this question. It's that young man in black clothes. He's called Ling Xiao, and I, Savage Leopard, have no choice but to admire him. Right now, I'm also willing to be his follower. Only by doing so will my future achievements be much higher than when I was at my peak. Savage Leopard revealed a look of respect from the bottom of his heart. Mad Tooth revealed a surprised expression as he looked at Savage Leopard. He was puzzled. What kind of charm does this young man have to be able to make the proud and arrogant big brother submit to him? Savage Leopard saw Mad Tooth's doubt and immediately said, Mad Tooth, I have a request. I hope you can agree to it. Mad Tooth replied, Big brother, speak. No matter what it is, I will definitely do it for you. Savage Leopard said very seriously, I want you to follow young master and create hegemony together like me. Mad Tooth was slightly stunned, and then he said in a deep voice, Big brother, are you really willing to follow that young man for the rest of your life? His strength is not enough to be a leader. He couldn't figure out what the Savage Leopard was thinking. He was already a dignified Saint rank expert now, and he was already a top-notch existence in the Central Territory. It was slightly difficult for him to accept the fact that he had to serve a young earthly sovereign realm expert. No, Mad Tooth, you're wrong. Savage Leopard replied and then said, do you know who the other young man in white is? Mad Tooth didn't know why Savage Leopard was talking about someone else, so he immediately shook his head. He is the only successor of the Xuanji sect, and he is this generation's Xianjizi. Savage Leopard said. Mad Tooth's body trembled slightly, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief as he said, Is he really this generation's Xianjizi? The only disciple of the Xuanji sect who is said to know everything and know everything? Savage Leopard nodded heavily and said, yes, it can't be wrong. Although his current strength is not very good, he has already obtained the true teachings of the previous generation's Xianjizi, and the young master I serve is precisely the one he determined to be this generation's holy emperor. Only by following him can we have a chance to set foot in the heavenly realm. This time, Mad Tooth could no longer speak. He needed some time to digest what Savage Leopard had said. Because the Xuanji sect was always the most mysterious sect in the central region, they only had one disciple in each generation. They all knew the sky above and the earth below, and they had unfathomable abilities. Every generation's successor would choose one person to assist and achieve supreme hegemony, and the person they assisted would all become an existence of the Holy Emperor. It was said that the reason why the spiritual martial pavilion could stand in the central region for such a long time was because their first pavilion master was once the Holy Emperor recognized by Xianjizi, and later, he was also a powerful existence that went to the heavenly realm. Chapter 590. Just as Mad Tooth was hesitating, Savage Leopard said another piece of information that made Mad Tooth speechless. Young Master is also a grade 6 alchemist, and he himself knows the soul race's powerful spiritual force attack. With his current strength, I'm afraid even an Empyrean would find it difficult to pose any threat to him. In addition, he also has 2 protective spirit beasts, a rank 6 Golden Wolf King and a rank 7 Blue Flood Dragon. These were all obtained by Young Master with his own ability, and you must know that he is only 24 years old this year. Mad Tooth hurriedly asked, Not only is he a grade 6 alchemist, but he also knows the soul race's spiritual force attack. which means he is one of the rarest spiritual force masters on the continent. Savage Leopard nodded and said, otherwise, how could he enter your sea of consciousness and restore your consciousness? Although Mad Tooth was shocked by Ling Zhao's many identities, he still asked doubtfully, could it be that he is the monstrous successor of some large sect or ancient family? Savage Leopard shook his head and said, if he is the successor of one of those large sects or ancient families, then his current achievements would not have been created by himself, and he would not be worthy of my and Xian Jizi's recognition. He is just a disciple from a grade 8 sect in the northwest. Young Master's Tenbin is astonishing, and his opportunities are even more difficult for others to obtain. His future is definitely not something you can imagine. Perhaps the Holy Emperor is not his end. Mad Tooth looked at Savage Leopard with a complicated expression. In his heart, he developed a strong curiosity towards Ling Xiao, but he did not have the heart to submit. After all, people at his level of strength all had unimaginable arrogance, and his state of mind was extremely tenacious. He would not change anything just because of a few words from Savage Leopard. Unless Ling Xiao could overwhelm him with strength, perhaps he would be willing to accept it. Big brother, maybe you're right, but I don't know how long it will take for him to reach that realm. Why don't I go talk to your young master and ask him to leave with me? After we get our revenge, we'll live together. Sometimes we'll cultivate, sometimes we'll travel the world, and we'll taste the leisure that we didn't enjoy in our early years. Mad Tooth persuaded Cruel Leopard instead. Savage Leopard revealed an anxious expression and said, Mad Tooth, listen to Big Brother this time. Only by following young master can we go further in the future. He had already promised Ling Xiao that he would persuade Mad Tooth to chase after Ling Xiao. If Mad Tooth turned back now, he really didn't know how to explain it to his young master. Big brother, there's no need to do this. With my current strength, it won't be a problem for me to find many resources for you to cultivate back to your peak strength. Following him might just be a waste of time, said Mad Tooth. No. Mad Tooth, you and I do not know young master's identity. He is the only disciple of Lord Romantic Evil Emperor who we had always idolized. Savage Leopard lost his cool and roared at Mad Tooth. Whose disciple is Guan? Mad Tooth said disapprovingly. However, when he said that, he stopped, and the pupils in his old eyes shrank. He is Lord Demonic Emperor's only disciple. Savage Leopard nodded and said seriously, that's right. A year ago, I saw Lord Demonic Emperor's heroic bearing with my own eyes. Young Master is really Lord Demonic Emperor's successor. Then, what's Lord Demonic Emperor's strength now? Mad Tooth asked with a glint in his old eyes. Towards one of the 4 great legends of the Central Region, the Evil Emperor, there were countless people who worshipped him, and Savage Leopard and Mad Tooth were the Evil Emperor's mercenaries and admirers. I'm not sure exactly which realm he's at, but I've seen your battle with the Earth Flame Tiger. With your strength, perhaps. Originally, you wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from Lord Demonic Emperor. He has long since gone to the Heaven Realm, so his strength should have long reached the Holy Emperor's realm. Savage Leopard did not know the Evil Emperor's strength, but based on his many years of experience, he could feel that the gap between Mad Tooth and the Evil Emperor was still very big. In order to make Mad Tooth stay by his young master's side, he had no choice but to bring up the Evil Emperor. If this still couldn't convince Mad Tooth, then he had no other choice. Mad Tooth sighed heavily and said, Lord Demonic Emperor is truly a heaven-sent hero. And, even he has taken a fancy to young master. Do you think his judgment would be bad? Savage Leopard asked. Mad Tooth smiled bitterly and said, since Big Brother says that your young master is so good, then I'll try to follow by his side to see if he's as monstrous as you say. If I find out that he's just an idiot, then I'll immediately bring you away. All right. You'll know in the future that Big Brother didn't lie to you. Savage Leopard quickly replied happily. Mad Tooth raised his hand and said, Big Brother, don't be anxious, I haven't finished speaking. He paused for a moment and said, although he's Lord Demonic Emperor's disciple, I'm not following him to be his servant, but to repay him for saving us. Let's set a time limit of 10 years. In these 10 years, I can protect his safety, but I won't help him do anything else. If he can make me completely submit within 10 years, then I'll follow him. If he can't make me submit, then how about you leave with me? Mad Tooth was very interested in the young master that Savage Leopard mentioned. He had not thought that the young master would actually be Lord Demonic Emperor's disciple, but this did not mean that he would put down his dignity to be Ling Xiao's servant. The evil emperor was the evil emperor, and Ling Xiao was just a disciple. Whether Ling Xiao could become the second evil emperor was still uncertain. No problem, 10 years it is. Savage Leopard agreed readily. He wanted to believe that with young master's ability, he would be able to conquer Mad Tooth sooner or later. Thinking back to the time when he followed young master willingly, wasn't he still following young master? After Savage Leopard and Mad Tooth talked about the old days, Savage Leopard told Ling Xiao about Mad Tooth's decision without missing a word. Ling Xiao was very casual about this and said, 10 years it is. After 10 years, whether I want him to follow me or not is still unknown. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Savage Leopard could not help but worry about Mad Tooth. He completely believed in young master's words. 10 years might not be a big deal for powerful warriors, but for Ling Xiao, it was full of too many unknowns. However, Savage Leopard could imagine that his young master could create many miracles in this time. Fraud, the Moon Emperor list competition will start in one day, right? Where should we go to sign up? Ling Xiao asked Xianyao, who was beside him. Xianyao replied, the North Water region is the territory of the Black Demon sect, so it's not a good idea to be in the limelight here. We can choose to sign up in Blue Sun City, which is close to the North Water region. Blue Sun City is a city directly under the Blue Sun sect, which is a 4th grade sect. Only 4th grade sects or cities directly under the Blue Sun sect, which is comparable to a 4th grade sect, can sign up for the Emperor List competition. Each city will decide the top 10, and then they will go to a designated place to fight. Then, the top 10 will be decided there, and so on. After many rounds of elimination, the last 100 will be decided, and then the top 10 will fight. I see. Then let's not delay any longer. Let's hurry up. Ling Xiao nodded. Ling Xiao and the others rushed out of the big mountain and immediately returned to Baixiong City. Then, they were teleported to other cities. After 3 consecutive teleportations, Ling Xiao and the others arrived at Blue Sun City. Although Blue Sun City couldn't compare to a super big city like Wind City, it was still extremely prosperous and bustling. Especially since the Imperial Rankings tournament was about to be held every 10 years, the young geniuses from cities near Blue Sun City all rushed over one after another. These young prodigies rode on powerful spirit beasts as they swaggered through the streets with extremely arrogant expressions on their faces. They were all elites from various cities, and there were also disciples of the 5th and 6th grade sections. There were also some powerful mercenaries and rogue cultivators. These people were all under 100 years old, which was considered young for a strong cultivator. When an ordinary person cultivated to the Earth's sovereign realm, their appearance would age much slower. For example, Ling Xiao, Xianyao, and the others all broke through to the Earth's sovereign realm when they were in their 20s. Their appearance would rarely age within 100 years. If they could still break through at an extremely fast speed, when they reached the heavenly venerable realm or the mystic the arch realm, their appearance would not change much, and they would still look young. After all, the stronger the expert, the more vigorous their life force, and the earlier they could break through, they would be able to ensure that their appearance would not age. The Emperor List competition had been going on for tens of thousands of years. It was started by the number 1 hall in the central region, the Spiritual Martial Hall. The Spiritual Martial Hall was always the supreme force in the central region. Even the most famous Black Demon sect did not dare to provoke the people of the Spiritual Martial Hall. This showed how powerful the Spiritual Martial Hall was. The Spiritual Martial Hall proposed the Emperor List competition with the goal of promoting the martial arts in the central region. At the same time, they would take this opportunity to recruit young talents from all over the central region to join the Spiritual Martial Hall. Every time a combat emperor entered the top 100, 30% of them would choose to join the Martial Spirit Pavilion. The rest of them would return to their own factions to further their development. There were also a portion of them who were invited by some major factions to join them. This was also the reason why the Emperor List competition was approved by all the major forces. Every 10 years, there would be third-level combat Emperor geniuses joining the spiritual martial hall to replenish the fresh blood. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, it could be seen how terrifying the spiritual martial hall was. It could be said that the Emperor List competition was a stage where geniuses from all over the world gathered. At the same time, it was also the focus of all the major forces. They would find some good seedlings and let them become the new generation's representatives or representatives. Those geniuses from all over the world would desperately show their strongest side, or fight for glory for themselves, their sect, or their family, or fight for more cultivation resources. Every year, the list of the Emperor List competition would be made public. Every Earth Emperor who achieved good results would have the opportunity to become famous in the Central region. Earth Emperors who could enter the top 1,000 were the best of the best. Even if they didn't enter the top 100, they would still become the target of the major forces. Therefore, ever since the Emperor List competition was held, it was always very lively. Earth Emperors from all over the world would gather and display their abilities. They fought fiercely in all directions, hoping that one day, their names would be known in the Central region. Ling Xiao and the others were also preparing for the Emperor List competition in the Blue Sun City. Chapter 591. Blue Sun City welcomed the busiest day of every decade. Early in the morning, the 10 wide arenas in the center of the city were already surrounded by a sea of people. There was a tall altar in front of the 10 arenas. This was where the distinguished guests of the Blue Sun sect and some of the 5th grade sects and large clans were watching the battles. In front of each of the 10 arenas, there was an Empyrean elder dressed in the same uniform who was registering. The young and middle-aged earthly emperors began to squeeze forward, preparing to register for the Imperial Rankings tournament. Looking around, there were already hundreds of people lining up in front of the various arenas. In other words, there were thousands of earthly emperors participating in the Imperial Rankings tournament in Blue Sun City. This was only the number of people registering in one city, and there were at least 100 cities in the central region that were doing the same thing at the same time. In other words, there were at least hundreds of thousands of heroes participating in the Imperial Rankings tournament in the central region. Among the hundreds of thousands of heroes, being able to enter the top 1,000 was already considered extraordinary. One could imagine how powerful the war emperors who entered the top 100 were, let alone the slaughter emperors who were in the top 10. In this chaotic crowd, many people who came to watch were loudly discussing something. This year's Imperial Rankings tournament has begun again. It seems that the number of people this time is a bit more than the previous year. Of course. I heard that the rewards this time are much more generous than the previous years. It is said that the war emperors who are able to enter the top 100 will have the opportunity to soak in the enlightenment pool that is jointly controlled by the 18 great forces. Moreover, they will be given some level 6 spirit artifacts and pills for cultivation. It can't be, the rewards are so generous. The enlightenment pool is a great place in the central region. It is said that as long as a high-level earthly emperor soaks in there for a day, there is at least a 50% chance that he will comprehend his own Tao and step into the honorable realm. For the past 10,000 years, the 18 great forces have jointly split the spots in there, but this time, they are actually willing to share it with these war emperors? This time, the Lord of the Spiritual Martial Pavilion has spoken, and he should give others a chance to become stronger. How could the other forces dare to refute that Lord's words? It seems that this year's Imperial Rankings tournament will be much more interesting than in the previous realms. At this moment, there was a commotion on the first arena. A valiant youth riding on a high-tier Tier 5 red curly flame tiger dashed towards the registration area of Arena Number 1. The earthly sovereigns who were in the middle of the ranking and the onlookers all cursed and moved away. Zhong Tong from Brilliant City, here to register. The young man ignored the curses of the crowd and shouted at the heavenly venerate who was registering. As soon as he announced his name, it immediately caused quite a commotion. The Sky Sovereign seemed to be used to these arrogant disciples. He immediately glanced at Zhong Tong's strength and wrote his name on a jade platform. He said lightly, "Next." The dazzling city's Zhong clan is a great clan comparable to a 6th-rank sect. Zhong Tong seems to be less than 40 years old, yet he already possesses the strength of a peak mid-stage earthly monarch realm. Coupled with his mount, the Crimson Scorching Tiger, his combat strength is probably extraordinary. He's only a mid-stage earthly emperor, yet he's already so arrogant. I'm afraid he won't even be able to make it through the first round. You're wrong. I've heard of this Zhong Tong before. Although he's only a mid-stage earthly emperor, he has the strength to fight above his level. It's said that a year ago, he killed 2 high-level earthly emperors by himself. It can't be, he's that strong. However, before Zhong Tong could enjoy the discussion of him, he saw an even greater commotion coming from arena number 3. In midair, 3 white spirit eagles carrying 3 women dressed in pure white satin flew over. These 3 women had upper-class appearances. Each of them had a graceful figure like a snake, and their temperaments were outstanding. There was an extremely cold expression between their brows, giving off a feeling that they were 1,000 miles away. Ming Clan City, Ming Yu, Ming Jing, and Ming Ying, please come and register, the woman in the center said in a clear and melodious voice. It's the 3 sisters of the Ming clan. I didn't expect them to participate in this year's Imperial Ranking Tournament. They're the 3 most outstanding members of the Ming clan's new generation, and they've all reached the mid-stage of the Earth Emperor realm. That's right. They've cultivated the Ming clan's supreme technique, the Bright Moon mysterious art, to the large success stage, and they all have the strength to fight above their level. Isn't the Bright Moon mysterious art something that only virgins can cultivate? Could it be that the 3 sisters haven't married yet? Lower your voice. If they hear you, you'll be in trouble. That's right, they're still virgins. Who knows how many people want to marry them, but they've all been rejected. It seems like they're participating in the Imperial Ranking Tournament because they want to take this opportunity to choose a man. Why don't you go and participate? Forget it. With my strength as a low-level Earth Emperor, I'll just be a disgrace. As more and more outstanding young talents appeared, the crowd was in an uplifting mood. The registration period was 3 days in total, and the closer it was to the end, the stronger the Earth Emperor would be. Many people wanted to show off, and they immediately attracted attention before the battle even started. Among them, the most popular ones were naturally the 6 great true disciples of the Blue Sun sect. Among these 6 people, there were 2 who had participated in the Imperial Ranking Tournament 10 years ago. It could be said that both of them had entered the top 1,000, and one of them had even entered the top 100, carrying the honorary title of War Emperor. However, that War Emperor had already stepped into the honored stage, and he had only come this time to give his junior brother some momentum. In addition, there were also the 4 great true disciples of the 5th grade sect, the Yuanqing sect. All of them had reached the high-level Earth Emperor realm, and judging from their menacing appearance, it seemed that they were determined to win this battle. There were also many other powers that had sent out their strongest representatives. In addition, there were a few peak Earth Emperors who were close to 100 years old who had also come to participate in the battle. It was obvious that the temptation of the Enlightenment Pool had already forced out some hidden experts who couldn't wait to enter the Sky Sovereign stage. It wasn't until the 3rd day of registration was about to end that Ling Xiao and the others finally appeared on stage. Ling Xiao had always felt that he was a very low-key person, but this time, he had changed his usual behavior and came to register in a very high-profile manner. He rode the mid-tier 6th grade Golden Wolf King and strode into the city arena. There were 3 beautiful women with veils covering their faces sitting on the wolf's back, and they were serving Ling Xiao. One of the women handed a sparkling 3rd grade fruit to Ling Xiao, another woman gently massaged his shoulders from behind, and the last woman did nothing but nestled in Ling Xiao's arms. Ling Xiao tried to look as casual as possible. Behind the Golden Wolf King, there was an old man and 4 young men standing solemnly, as if they were his attendants, and they added a bit of an aura to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's handsome appearance, coupled with his lazy expression, made the women around him exclaim in surprise. "Senior sister, look! That person is so handsome. He's so young. Not bad, he looks like he's only in his 20s, but he's already reached the Earth Emperor's strength. This Tenbin is truly powerful. If he had participated in another 10 years, he would definitely be ranked among the war emperors. It's a pity that he came too early." The auras of the three women beside him are also extraordinary, and the followers below him are also very handsome. I really wonder where they are from. If he can get into the top 10 of this city, I'll go and seduce him, chase away the women around him, and let him join our family to increase our family's strength. The Sky Sovereign on the 10th arena was already prepared to end the match, but he didn't expect there to be such a flashy person who came to register. He secretly guessed where Ling Xiao and the others came from. "Are you all here to register?" The Sky Sovereign looked up at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao got off the wolf's back and cupped his hands towards the Sky Sovereign. "Northwest Meteorite City Ling Xiao has come to register." Following that, the two girls beside Ling Xiao stepped forward and said, "Northwest Meteorite City's Kai Xia Yu has come to register." "Northwest Meteorite City's Bai Yushi has come to register." Xian Yao also stepped forward and said, "Xian Yao has come to register." "Yi Family City's Yi Yunfeng has come to register." The Sky Sovereign was stunned for a moment before he quickly wrote down their names on the jade platform. At this moment, a strong commotion sounded out behind them. Did everyone hear that? There's actually someone from a remote place like the Northwest who came to register to participate in the Imperial Rankings competition. What a joke. Isn't the Northwest a small place? It's said that the strongest sect is only a 7th grade sect. How come these youngsters have all reached the Earth Emperor realm? Perhaps they came to the central region and obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter. Look at them just now, they're like nouveau riche, as if they're afraid that others won't know that they're here to register for the Imperial Rankings competition. Maybe that meteorite city is the territory of some hidden power. Looking at how young they are, it's impossible for them to have such strength without a powerful backer. The names of Ling Xiao and the others had spread throughout Blue Sun City in just half a day. It wasn't because of his flashy appearance, but because the Northwest Meteorite City he spoke of had become the focus of everyone's attention. Most of them were ridicule and disdain, and in the eyes of many, the Northwest was just a small, remote place that couldn't be any more avoided. They never thought that there would actually be someone from that kind of place who would register to participate in the Imperial Rankings competition. He even shamelessly reported the location of his ancestral home. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, did not seem to care about the mocking gazes of others. He had definitely made up his mind to become famous in the central region. He hoped that Yun Mingqi would be able to hear his name somewhere and quickly come to find him. That was why he had made such a flashy appearance and caused such a response. Although his reputation had spread throughout Blue Sun City, he believed that it wouldn't be long before everyone in Blue Sun City would remember his name, Ling Xiao. This was because Blue Sun City was not Ling Xiao's final destination, but his starting point. Not long after, when he ascended to the top of the Imperial Rankings, who would dare to mock his origins? Many people in Blue Sun City would probably be proud of this. "Master, don't worry, this disciple will definitely not let down your name. Mingqi, if you hear my name, I hope you can come and find me as soon as possible." Ling Xiao slightly raised his head and thought in his heart. At this moment, he was incomparably confident and resolute. He was determined to obtain the position of champion of the Imperial Rankings. Chapter 592. The 3 days of registration had ended, and the number of people that had come to Blue Sun City to register for the competition had actually reached 12,000. This number was practically more than double the amount of the previous years. It was obvious that many people were there for the reward of the Pond of Enlightenment. On the day of the Imperial Rankings battle, the surroundings of the 10 arenas at the center of the city were already filled with a sea of people. All of them had occupied advantageous positions, and they were prepared to witness the situation of the first battle of the Imperial Rankings battle. Many king rank experts had even come with the intention of observing and comprehending the battles, and this was greatly beneficial to their future cultivation and attaining the earthly emperor realm. At the same time, it was also a form of encouragement for themselves to attain the earthly emperor realm as soon as possible, and they hoped that they would be able to participate in the imperial rankings battle one day. Besides that, there were also some people that were purely here to watch the show, and there were many that were spies of some powers that hoped to discover some good saplings as soon as possible. There were also many young women that had come with the intention of choosing a husband. In short, the stir caused by the imperial rankings battle this time was already extraordinary. Before the battle began, Ling Xiao had a conversation with Kai Xieyue and Bai Yushi. Yushi, the imperial rankings battle this time is much more intense than we imagined, and it's obvious just by looking at the terrifying number of people that have registered. Moreover, they're all outstanding geniuses from all over the world, and their combat strengths are definitely extraordinary. The important thing for both of you to participate in the competition this time is to participate, and you must not force yourselves. If you're no match for them, then surrender as soon as possible. I don't want to see both of you suffer any harm, said Ling Xiao to the two women. Even though he had certain expectations for them in his heart, as he was unable to find Yun Mingqi, he cared about and cherished the women by his side even more. Husband, there's no need to worry. With my current strength, I can even fight a peak earthly emperor. On the other hand, younger sister Yushi's cultivation still needs to be consolidated, and her combat experience is slightly lacking, so you have to be more careful, said Kai Xieyue confidently. As a former female Azura, her combat strength and combat experience were naturally extraordinary. Not to mention that she was already at the late stage of the monarch realm, and if she didn't encounter a combat emperor that could surmount realms to fight, then it probably wouldn't be a problem for her to enter the top 1000 or even top 100. Young master, sister Yu, don't worry about me. I know what to do, Bai Yushi said. Yes, no matter what happens, don't be afraid. You two are outstanding, and will definitely attract some arrogant people who think they're good at something. When that time comes, don't be polite to them. Give them a good beating. Even if you're not their match, don't be afraid of them. Young master will support you. Ling Xiao changed the topic. Young talents and beauties from all over the world were gathered here. There would definitely be a lot of self-proclaimed romantic men who would have thoughts about his women. Therefore, Ling Xiao specially told Bai Yushi to be careful, lest Bai Yushi didn't know how to deal with it. As for Kai Xieyue, he was very relieved. The two women nodded, their faces flushed red. Hearing Ling Xiao praise them for their outstanding looks, they were especially happy in their hearts. After a round of reminders, the time for the imperial rankings competition to begin was approaching. The rules of the battle were quite different from normal duels. It wasn't that everyone could enter the next round after winning one round. Instead, it was that kind of continuous banker-style competition. The so-called continuous banker style was that the first Earth Emperor to go up would be the banker. Then, he would have to win 10 rounds in a row before he could enter the next stage of the competition. If the banker won 5 rounds in a row and was defeated by someone else, then the person who came later would become the new banker. He only needed to win 5 more rounds. Of course, after every battle, one could choose to pause for an hour to recover their combat strength. This was also the only way to show that it was humane. After all, it was quite strenuous for a banker to fight continuously. However, this was the case for the imperial rankings competition. What they needed was a true war emperor who could fight for a long time, not an Earth Emperor who could only lose 1 or 2 rounds before collapsing. At the same time, each Earth Emperor could summon spirit beasts below the 5th rank to fight together. However, spirit beasts above the 5th rank couldn't be summoned. Otherwise, this kind of competition would be meaningless. In other words, people like Ling Xiao couldn't summon the Golden Wolf King to fight. However, other people who had spirit beasts below the 5th rank could summon them. The power of the cooperation between humans and beasts would definitely be much stronger than fighting alone. Fortunately, Ling Xiao and the others had already made plans before they came. Kai Xieyue, Bai Yushi, and Xianyao had already caught 3 spirit beasts to fight with them. As for Ling Xiao, he didn't find another spirit beast. He was very confident in himself. If he couldn't even deal with such a small situation, how could he become famous in the central region? When Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the contestant area of the arena, it was already filled with energetic Earth Emperors. There were men and women among these Earth Emperors. They had different realms, old and young. They carried spirit weapons in their hands or on their backs that were emitting waves of fluctuations. Looking at their confident looks, it was as if each of them was a monstrous war emperor. The appearance of Ling Xiao and the others immediately attracted the attention of the Earth Emperors. Isn't this the Earth Emperor of the Northwest Meteor City? I couldn't tell that there would be such top-notch talents in such a small place. That's right, those girls are the real best. If we can get our hands on them, hee. No matter what, they came all the way here to register. This courage is naturally not something we can compare to. Maybe they can win 1 or 2 matches and then return to the Northwest to announce their great achievements. This brother is right. Too right, the Northwest Meteor City is just a fart. Young master, these people are so annoying. Although Bayushi was born kind, she was still a native of Meteor City. Hearing such insults from others, she immediately felt infuriated. Ling Xiao patted her shoulder lightly and said, "Don't be angry, these are just clowns, not worth mentioning." As he spoke, he secretly used a few elementary spirit runes and headed towards the few people who had ridiculed him the loudest. Suddenly, as if they were drunk, they began to sway unsteadily on the spot. Their expressions were like idiots as they giggled foolishly, making them look like clowns. The surrounding people acted as if they had seen a ghost and quickly retreated far away. They all looked at the Earth Emperor's drunken dance with inexplicable expressions, their hearts filled with countless doubts. Did you see that? Those people are the consequences of their cheap mouths. Ling Xiao said with a slightly raised voice. Bayushi clenched her fists in satisfaction and said, "Young master is right, they are despicable." At this time, everyone looked at Ling Xiao and the others with narrowed eyes. Could it be that they did it? Everyone had an unbelievable thought in their hearts. They must have been fine just a moment ago, how did they suddenly become stupid? After a while, those people regained their senses again, but their movements still maintained the playful appearance from before. Looking at the people who were far away from them, their old faces turned red and they immediately squeezed to the other side. It was also at this time that the sound of gongs and drums shook the sky. Bang bang. The sound of gongs and firecrackers pushed the lively atmosphere of the scene to the highest point. At the same time, more than a dozen figures flew from various corners towards the high altar on the arena. These people exuded a tyrannical pressure, and all the surrounding Earth Emperor felt suffocated. These people's strength was impressively above the mid-level heavenly venerable level. They were all representatives from the most powerful forces around Lanyang City. The one sitting in the middle was, of course, the city lord of Lanyang City, Lin Xiaoguang. Lin Xiaoguang looked like a middle-aged man, and he was the youngest of the people sitting here. His strength had reached the high-level heavenly venerable level, and he was one of the best among the crowd. It was rumored that Lin Xiaoguang had participated in the imperial ranking tournament 100 years ago. It was said that at that time, he was ranked within the top 1,000 and was only 100 places away from entering the imperial ranking. Unfortunately, in the end, he encountered a terrifying imperial exterminator and was defeated. However, his defeat was not unjustified. After all, the imperial killer's strength was too terrifying, and even a battle emperor could only admit defeat if he encountered him. In that battle, although Lin Xiao had been defeated, he had caught the eye of the Blue Sun sect and was dug out by them. In the past 100 years, he had been able to achieve the strength of a high-level Empyrean. This Tenbin was indeed comparable to the top 100 war emperors. As Lin Xiaoguang and the others sat down, everyone around the arena quietened down. Lin Xiaoguang glanced at the people below the stage indifferently, and said in a loud and clear voice, "Before the martial arts competition begins, I will still explain the rules of the martial arts competition. I will only say it once, those who violate it will be considered as giving up." Following that, Lin Xiaoguang roughly explained the rules. This rule was very simple. The first rule was that neither side could surpass the venerable realm. Once someone was found to be using an artifact to conceal their strength, they would immediately be disqualified and killed on the spot. The second rule was that both sides had to sign a life or death contract before entering the arena. After all, swords and sabers had no eyes, and every move and every second had to be contested. No one would hold back, so death and injury were inevitable. However, if one side surrendered in advance, the other side could not kill them, otherwise they would be disqualified and their cultivation would be abolished. The third rule was that the spirit beast summoned by the cultivator could not surpass the sixth order. After Lin Xiaoguang announced the general rules, he changed the topic and said, "This time, the top 100 Earth Emperors in this city can apply to join my Blue Sun sect and become my Blue Sun sect's deacons. They can enjoy all kinds of cultivation resources, and the top 10 can become my sect's true disciples. They can enjoy the highest level of service, and all kinds of pills, profound skills, and spirit artifacts can be provided. Therefore, please cherish this opportunity." Lin Xiaoguang's last sentence was to advertise for the Blue Sun sect, and at the same time, to rope in new blood for the Blue Sun sect. After all, the 100 people who were able to escape from the 10,000 people here were all extremely powerful, and those who were able to enter the top 10 were all Earth Emperors who were ranked in the top 1,000 in the entire central region. Of course, the Blue Sun sect would be the first to throw out their branches. Otherwise, after they became famous in one battle, it would be difficult for them to compete for these geniuses. In fact, it wasn't just the Blue Sun sect. The local forces would also make such a decision in the imperial ranking competition held in the various large cities. Following Lin Xiaoguang's announcement, the array patterns at the side of the various arenas started to activate. Multicolored light screens enveloped the various arenas. This was also to allow the various Earth Emperors to fight to their heart's content, and at the same time, to prevent their energy from affecting the spectators. Chapter 593. There were 10 arenas and 10 colorful light curtains. These light curtains were comparable to the power of a celestial master. Ordinary earthly sovereign realm experts would not be able to destroy them. The referees on each of the arenas shouted, "Let the Imperial List tournament begin." On the various arenas, figures flew up from different directions. There was no order in the arenas. Whoever went up first and announced their name would be the first to fight. As long as they won 10 matches in a row, they would be able to enter the second round. The others could go up whenever they wanted. However, there were more than 10,000 people in the tournament. The first round would only last for half a month. Those who did not register within half a month would be considered to have forfeited. As the earthly sovereign realm experts entered the arena one after another, a series of rumbling explosions could be heard. The 10 arenas were immediately filled with intense collisions. Smoke rose from all directions and the spectators could not stop exclaiming in surprise. Ling Xiao and the others did not go up immediately. Instead, they stayed in a corner and observed the fights. Yi Yunfeng, who was beside him, could not help but say, "Young master, let's go up too." Xian Yao had set a goal for him to fight his way into the top 100. He had thought that it was impossible, but after a year of quiet cultivation, his strength had improved greatly. Moreover, he had obtained a high-level Xian skill from the evil emperor. Coupled with the Yi family's ascension technique, he was now confident that he could fight his way into the top 100. Although the ascension technique had a huge flaw and once used, he would lose all his spiritual power for 3 days, this problem had been temporarily solved. This was because Feng Xianyun could use the ancient silver needle stimulation technique to restore his weakened body. However, the pain that he had to endure was not something that an ordinary person could bear. Moreover, he could only use the needles twice a month. In other words, Yi Yunfeng could only use the Spirit Ascension chant twice a month. Otherwise, if he continued to use it, his body would be unable to bear the pain and it would cause great harm to his body. The best way was for Yi Yunfeng to comprehend something in this battle and improve the Yi family's ascension technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would not be a good idea to continue like this. We'll let you go up, but we hope that you can clearly see the strength of these people, otherwise you'll be the ones to suffer, Ling Xiao replied, but his eyes were still on the first arena. That's right. A young man wielding a spear looked at his opponent in the first ring. His face was filled with disdain as he said, I, Zhong Tong, can defeat you in a single strike. Zhong Tong's opponent was also a middle-level earthly sovereign. This earthly sovereign looked to be in his 50s, and his fire elemental aura was extremely strong. He had already won 2 matches in a row, and both of them were defeated by a single move. However, his opponents were only low-level earthly sovereign, and they were not on the same level. When the middle-level Earth Emperor heard Zhong Tong's arrogance, he immediately shouted, "What's the use of just talking and not doing anything? If you have any strong moves, just come at me. I can kill a small character like you in one move." After the middle-level Earth Sovereign shouted, he immediately took the initiative to strike first. The long sword in his hand shook out countless sword lights, which instantly enveloped Zhong Tong. The sword chi transformed into several spirit beasts and roared at Zhong Tong. The powerful energy caused the defensive formation to tremble slightly. This move was almost an all-out attack from a mid-stage earthly sovereign realm expert. This person's combat power should be in the upper middle level. However, in the face of this move, Zhong Tong appeared extremely disdainful. Layers of dark protection force surrounded his body like an iron wall. Phantoms of iron armor beasts appeared and blocked the sword chi. The surrounding people let out cries of surprise. This is the Zhong family's unique secret technique, the bronze iron body protection technique. That's right. It's said that they need to absorb the blood of iron armor beasts to cultivate this technique to the great accomplishment stage. Once they reach the great accomplishment stage, their defense will be comparable to a high-grade profound artifact or even a low-grade spirit artifact. Looks like Zhong Tong's defense is about to reach the great accomplishment stage. No wonder he's so confident. Not a bad attack, but unfortunately, it's useless against me, Zhong Tong said faintly. The long spear in his hand quickly rotated, and an earth-colored spear light shot towards the mid-stage earthly sovereign realm expert like lightning. The mid-stage earthly sovereign realm expert hurriedly retreated, and at the same time, he was about to summon his protective spirit beast. Unexpectedly, Zhong Tong's move was just a feint. His real killing move was to attack from behind. He leaped into the air and turned into a spear. The powerful energy caused the surrounding air to whistle. The mid-stage earthly sovereign realm expert quickly gave up on summoning his spirit beast and held his sword horizontally above his head, blocking the spear's shadow. Clang! Pfft! The mid-stage earthly sovereign realm expert only felt a sweetness in his throat. The long sword in his hand was directly smashed away by the powerful energy, and his entire body was sent flying out of the arena. Zhong Tong descended from the sky in a carefree manner. He flicked his hair lightly and said with a very arrogant expression, "Who else wants to challenge this young master?" Zhong Tong's move forcefully suppressed his opponent. His strength already had the strength of an ordinary high-level earthly sovereign realm expert. However, although this move of his was strong, it could not stop the desire of the emperors to fight for the ranking. "I, Zhu Kuan, will fight with you, little kid," an old man in his 70s shouted. He carried a pair of sickles and leaped onto the arena with a surging aura. The various secret techniques of the central region are indeed powerful. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim when he sensed the defensive profound skill that Zhong Tong had just used. These are only mid-level secret techniques. Once you meet the outstanding talents of the 18 major forces, your horizons will be broadened. Xian Yao echoed from the side. Well, let's take a look at the situation of the other arenas. Later on, we will split up and fight on our own arenas. This way, we can avoid running into our own people too early. Ling Xiao replied softly. His gaze fell on the second, third, and fourth arenas. On these 3 arenas, the bankers were impressively the 3 Ming sisters. The 3 of them were graceful and had graceful figures. They constantly danced up and down like beautiful butterflies. Not only were they beautiful, but they also carried a strong killing intent. The three of them had each won 3 rounds in a row. Furthermore, they had not used their protective spirit beasts so far, which was enough to show that their strength was not inferior to Zhong Tong's. Ling Xiao swept his gaze over the other arenas. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the 8th arena. The banker of the 8th arena was an indifferent young man. He held a cyan longsword in his hand. Balls of cyan energy constantly flashed around him. His eyes were filled with incomparable confidence and pride. He had won 5 rounds in a row. He was the one who had won the most consecutive rounds since the start of the competition. He was also the fastest. The surrounding people all recognized him as Shen Mo, one of the 5 true disciples from the Blue Sun sect who were participating in the Imperial List tournament. He was a newly advanced Earth Emperor, specialized in the wood attribute, and was good at using a long sword. At this time, the 6th Earth Emperor to challenge Shen Mo entered the arena. This person also had the strength of a high-level Earth Emperor. He held a split-wave saber and was above a gold-devouring rat of the 5th rank. Without saying a word, the man and beast immediately split up and attacked Shen Mo with all their might. Shen Mo's expression was still extremely indifferent in the face of the long-range attacks from the man and beast. It was as if he did not care about these attacks at all. Seeing that the attacks were about to reach Shen Mo, he began to move. His whole body was like a clone. He actually split into 2, and at the same time, a terrifying sword light slashed out from the left and right, dispersing the attacks one by one. At the same time, the 3rd clone had already stabbed towards the waist of the high-level Earth Emperor from the other side. The high-level Earth Emperor was shocked. He hurriedly returned his saber to meet the attack. Powerful Xian skills were constantly released. On the other hand, Shen Mo's sword light was extremely strange. The sword that was supposed to be stabbing forward had turned into a distorted shape. It bypassed the attack of the high-level Earth Emperor and directly pierced the waist of the high-level Earth Emperor. At this time, only a shadow of Shen Mo stood in the middle of the high-level Earth Emperor. The long sword had already pierced the high-level Earth Emperor's body. He muttered, "Die." After saying that, he waved the long sword in his hand. The high-level Earth Emperor didn't even have a chance to retreat. He was immediately cut into 2 layers at the waist. The strong smell of blood made the people around the 8th arena want to vomit. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao frowned slightly and muttered, "It's actually the doppelganger's secret technique." He immediately explained to Ling Xiao, "This is a secret technique unique to the Blue Sun sect. It is said that if one cultivates it to the large success stage, they can split into 12 clones at the same time. Right now, the disciple of the Blue Sun sect can only use 3 or 4 clones, which means that he has only reached the small success stage. However, in the battle of the Earth Emperor, their clones are indeed a headache. I think that this time, at least 2 people from the Blue Sun sect will be able to enter the top 10 of this competition." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Indeed, if you meet them, you must be careful. In fact, only one of their clones is real, and the rest are just illusions. The attack power won't be too strong, and the real kill will be at the moment when their real body descends. As long as you can defend this point, their advantage will not exist." After thinking for a moment, he said, "All right, there's not much time left. All of you go down and participate in the competition. I want to see who among you will be the first to obtain the qualification for the 2nd round." "All right, boss, watch me." Yi Yinfeng was full of fighting spirit. He responded and immediately rushed towards the 1st arena. It was obvious that he wanted to start defeating his opponents from the 1st arena. After Kai Shiyue and Bai Yushi looked at each other, they walked towards the 5th and 6th arenas respectively. Xian Yao chose the 7th arena. The banker was a tall and sturdy man with the strength of a middle-stage Earth Emperor. Ling Xiao didn't leave his spot. He just quietly watched as they went forward to fight. The prodigal boy at the side did not quite understand and said, "Boss, this kind of competition is so boring. Why do you want to participate?" With your strength, playing with them is simply bullying them. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, hee hee, boss is not strong enough to be arrogant. Although this game is a little boring, it is also exciting. At this time, Mad Tooth, who rarely spoke, said faintly, historically, the Imperial Rankings competition has always been a battle where elites from all over the world gather. With your current strength, it will not be easy for you to leave Blue Sun City. Mad Tooth had not seen Ling Xiao's true combat strength, but he could tell that Ling Xiao was only a middle-stage Earth Emperor. Even if he was the disciple of the evil Emperor and had the strength to fight above his level, it would not be easy for him to go further. Therefore, his words were obviously not optimistic about Ling Xiao and the others. Chapter 594. Towards Mad Claw's comments, Ling Xiao laughed it off and did not react at all. On the other hand, Savage Leopard had an unnatural look on his face. It was obvious that he didn't agree with Mad Claw's comment. After all, his understanding of Ling Xiao was far from what Mad Claw saw on the surface. On the first arena, Yi Yunfeng was already fighting with Zhong Tong, who had a winning streak. Ling Xiao was very optimistic about this battle. After all, Yi Yunfeng was a level higher than Zhong Tong. If he couldn't even defeat Zhong Tong, then he really wasn't worthy of following him. Sure enough, as Ling Xiao had expected, Yi Yunfeng had knocked Zhong Tong off the stage in the 15th move. Zhong Tong was only a middle-stage Earth Emperor, so being able to exchange 15 moves with Yi Yunfeng was already a pretty good result. Since Yi Yunfeng had defeated Zhong Tong, and Zhong Tong's previous 4 consecutive victories were all counted as Yi Yunfeng's, then Yi Yunfeng only needed to win 6 consecutive matches to enter the next round. On the other side, the moment Bai Yushi and Kai Shiyue appeared on the 4th and 5th arenas, they immediately caused the surrounding wolves to scream. What a beautiful girl. Look at her mature figure. She's really asking for my life. Not bad, but this girl over here is even purer. Looking at her makes me want to hold her in my arms and take good care of her. Seeing them, the 3 sisters of the Ming clan seem much more vulgar. This kind of woman is the best. When I go up, I'll subdue them. Kai Shiyue's entire body was suffused with a dazzling golden light. With the Hong Fu in her hand, she looked like an ethereal fairy, causing her opponent to be dazed. The opponent swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with greed as he said, "Little girl, you should go down by yourself. Swords have no eyes, I don't want to ruin your face." Kai Shiyue didn't say much. She lightly waved the Hong Fu in her hand, and countless strands of hair turned into willow threads that flew towards her opponent. The plain Hong Fu did not display much lethality, causing people to be unable to help but have an illusion. The opponent smiled obscenely and said, "Since you want to play with me, then I'll have a good time with you." As soon as the opponent finished speaking, he actually bypassed Hong Fu like a snake and pounced towards Kai Shiyue. This guy was just a middle-level Earth sovereign. He couldn't see through Kai Shiyue's true strength. He thought that Kai Shiyue was a woman with no combat experience. His lecherous hand actually grabbed towards Kai Shiyue's plump chest, and his eyes were filled with greed. The people below the stage all had a look of regret on their faces. It seemed that they were all thinking how good it would be if they were the ones on the stage. However, just as the perverted pig slipper touched Kai Shiyue's chest, the whisk suddenly spun over and burst out with a sharp golden light, stabbing towards the opponent like thousands of needles. That person didn't have time to defend himself. He felt as if his back was being stung by tens of thousands of hornets. Ah! The man let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying far away. Kai Shiyue had already taken a few steps back and looked coldly at the man who had fallen to the ground. The surrounding people looked at the person who had been sent flying. Seeing the countless small holes on his back trickling with blood, everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. They were all exclaiming, "This is a rose with thorns. If you touch it, your hand will be pricked. If you don't have the strength, it's better not to provoke it." Kai Shiyue won with a single move. Although she had shocked many of the weaker earthly emperors, she couldn't stop some of the more daring and lecherous people, as well as those who were fighting for the emperor rankings with all their might. As soon as that person was defeated, someone immediately jumped onto the stage to fight her. On the other side, Bayushi's opponent was at the same level as her. They were both at the middle stage of the Earth Emperor realm, and they were both women. This woman's looks were average. When she saw the pure and beautiful Bayushi, her heart immediately surged with jealousy. This woman's attacks were quite ruthless, and she attacked Bayushi's vitals one after another. Bayushi cultivated the water moon divine technique. She dodged gracefully, and the blue longsword in her hand drew a blue light, barely blocking all the opponent's moves. Bayushi had just broken through to the middle stage of the Earth Emperor realm with the help of elixirs. Her realm was not stable yet. Fortunately, the power of her water moon sword technique was extraordinary. Otherwise, she would have been defeated by her opponent. However, the woman obviously didn't want to be entangled too much. After attacking for a long time without success, she immediately summoned her spirit beast. It was a 5th-rank low-level snow wind eagle, and its huge body covered more than half of the stage. Wind eagle, kill this little girl together with me. The woman was very cruel. She actually wanted to kill Bayushi as soon as she opened her mouth. The silver sword in her hand swung out powerful icicles, smashing towards Bayushi. At the same time, the snow wind eagle above her head also pounced towards Bayushi. The pair of vigorous eagle claws actually grabbed towards Bayushi's head. An ordinary middle stage Earth Emperor might not be able to resist the joint attack from above and below. Bayushi suddenly revealed a somewhat determined look. She changed her previous soft look and firmly shouted in her heart, "I must not embarrass young master." Water moon mirror screen. Bayushi exclaimed. The blue long sword in her hand turned extremely delicate, as if she was playing with the crown prince sword. Streams of blue water formed a water screen that was like a full moon, and the water screen bloomed with powerful reflective lines. Swish! The icicles that the woman attacked in front of Bayushi were actually swept back by the full moon water screen. The surrounding people immediately let out an uproar when they saw such a sword technique. Obviously, they were all shocked by this move of Bayushi. The woman was also shocked by the sudden return of the icicles. She quickly used a strong move to shake off her icicles one by one. However, the snow wind eagle above Bayushi's head had already pounced on her. She had no time to attack again. However, before the snow wind eagle's fierce claws could grab Bayushi's head, a snow-white shadow instantly appeared. Squeak! Of course, it was Bayushi's protective spirit beast, the white fox. The small body of the white fox instantly enlarged, and the 5 fox tails also instantly swelled up. The snow wind eagle was startled by the white fox's imposing manner, but it did not stop its attack. It just changed its target to the white fox. Unfortunately, its level was too far apart from the white fox. The current white fox had already advanced from the mid-stage of the 5th tier to the peak of the 5th tier. The 5 fox tails kept growing longer, and in an instant, they wrapped around the snow wind eagle from 5 different directions. Like a man-eating flower, they bound the snow wind eagle tightly. The difference between the two was too great. Furthermore, the white fox had the bloodline of a holy beast. Its battle tenbin was much stronger than ordinary spirit beasts. Pft pft. The white fox's tail tore the huge body of the 5th tier low-stage snow wind eagle into several pieces. As for the woman who was fighting with Bayushi, she was shocked when she saw that her spirit beast was actually killed. She revealed a look of panic. She was just about to open her mouth to admit defeat, but Bayushi's longsword had already pierced in front of her throat. The woman cried out in her heart, "My life is over." Unexpectedly, the longsword stopped firmly in front of her throat. It did not pierce through her throat. "Admit defeat," Bayushi said indifferently. She was still very soft-hearted after all. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao could not help but shake his head. He thought to himself, looks like this lass is still not suitable to participate in any battle. Ling Xiao did not have any intention of blaming her. He knew that this was by Yushi's nature. He also did not want to continue to force her to make any more changes. Otherwise, she would not be who she was. On the 7th arena, Xianyao had also defeated his opponent. Moreover, he had only used 5 moves to end the battle. Looking at his calm expression and his elegant and heroic posture as he lightly waved his white fan, there were many women who were yearning for love who screamed for him. Ling Xiao wiped the ground with a faint smile. This fraud is acting cool again. It really makes this young master feel ashamed to be associated with him. If Xianyao had heard this, he would have immediately scolded, "You bastard! How dare I compare with a narcissist like you? Looks like it's time to go on stage." Ling Xiao murmured. Then, his gaze fell on the 10th arena. On this arena was a young man, which made Ling Xiao extremely surprised. This young man looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. He had long golden hair and a wild temperament. He held a golden rod in his hand and stood with his hands behind his back. There was an indescribable arrogance on his slightly elegant and tender face. His strength had reached the strength of a low-level earthly emperor. It was likely that no one would believe that he had reached this level of strength at such a young age. They all thought that this person must have consumed some exotic spirit herbs in his early years, which was why he maintained such a look. Perhaps he was already 40 or 50 years old, or even close to 100 years old. However, Ling Xiao felt that this young man should be the age he looked on the surface. He was definitely not a person who was more than 10 years old. This was because he could faintly feel that the young man's extremely powerful life fluctuations were contained within his body. As soon as the young man appeared on stage, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. This was because the opponent this young man challenged had already won 4 matches in a row. His strength had reached the high-level earthly emperor, and he was a very tough opponent. No one understood why this young man was so confident that he actually dared to challenge someone who was 2 levels above him. They all felt that this young man seemed to be too arrogant, or perhaps there was something wrong with this young man's brain. "Little boy, this is not a place you should be. If you know what's good for you, go down. This emperor doesn't want to hurt you because you are young and ignorant." The high-level earthly emperor was also kind-hearted and tried to persuade the golden-haired young man. "If you go down, I will spare your life." The young man said coldly to the high-level earthly emperor. "It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't go down." The high-level earthly emperor said somewhat angrily. He immediately blasted out a powerful fist shadow, intending to defeat the golden-haired young man in one move. However, in the face of the high-level earthly emperor's attack, the golden-haired young man showed extreme disdain. Immediately after, he flicked his golden hair, and his whole body bloomed with dazzling light. A powerful phantom suddenly appeared. The phantom was impressively a golden spirit ape. It was much more powerful and terrifying than ordinary spirit apes. Its soaring battle intent caused the surrounding people to tremble. This is a sacred battle ape." Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."